Chapter 951. Everyone, let's eat. I'm going to vomit. My stomach is uncomfortable. Li Longji, who was being sowed discord by the Japanese Empire, was dividing the watermelon. He cut the watermelon and couldn't eat it himself. He called a few officials to eat together. He had porridge in the morning, and now his stomach was uncomfortable. So he drank a lot of saline water and went to vomit. He still had a fever. Li didn't give him any medicine to lower his temperature, only physical cooling. He vomited, and with the warmth in his stomach, he didn't feel so disgusted. Now he took his temperature. His body temperature didn't drop, but his actual temperature dropped. He vomited, and the heat was taken away. Your Majesty, why is Li Yi's medical skills? Songjing saw that Li Longji had a fever. He felt that it shouldn't be. Brother, he said to let me have a fever. He gave me an electronic thermometer. Look, 38. 6 degrees. It's fine. I'll eat watermelon. I won't eat here at noon. I'll go back to the Li family Zhuangzi. Brother, he will adjust the treatment plan. Li Longji held an electronic thermometer in his hand and looked at himself. Baigu's heart ached. Sometimes he treated Li Longji as his own nephew. So he asked, Your Majesty, Xiao won't treat you? Of course, why not? Brother, Yi said that I haven't been sick for a long time. It's not easy to fall sick, so he wants me to immunize myself. He said that I felt too uncomfortable and didn't want to endure it. He cured me in one night. My illness isn't contagious. If it was contagious, he would have cured me long ago. Otherwise, it would have been passed to the children. Li Longji finished eating the watermelon. He ate 2 mouthfuls and felt comfortable again. He held the watermelon, but didn't eat it. He asked, Your Majesty, how many days will it take? Today is the last day. It can't take more than 3 days. I'll drink more water. I still have a fever at night. Brother, you will give me medicine. Li Longji actually felt a little dizzy and comfortable. He didn't have any psychological burden. His body was sore and numb. He wanted to go back to the swimming pool. The water temperature in the swimming pool was less than 20 degrees Celsius. Soaking in the pool would reduce the overall temperature. Yesterday, he even wanted to sleep. Li Yi did not give him an ice pack because he had conditions. Swimming pool. The ice pack was for local cooling. It could be placed under the armpit or on the forehead, or it could be added with alcohol to wipe the body and quickly exchange heat. However, when the conditions were right, the pool would be the place to cool down. The entire body would be soaked in the water, and the heat exchange would be more comprehensive. The doctors at Li Yi's place would never let people with a fever soak in it because they didn't have the means. She could soak in the bathtub if someone was watching her. There was a bathtub at home, so there was no need to rub it with alcohol or ice pack for a fever. Just soak in it. If the water temperature was slightly higher, it would be a hot spring. The temperature of the tap water was not high. Hearing Li Longji's words, the 4 people were relieved. They believed in Li Yi's medical skills. Your Majesty, is the Sulu rebellion against the Tang dynasty, the Abbasid Caliphate, and Tubo serious? As the Minister of Works, Wei Jigu shouldn't have interrupted Su Yi's words. However, since Su Yi didn't say it, he said it. Li Longji swallowed the watermelon. Some people have to die. Send them a batch of malaria prevention pills, compressed biscuits, and dried seafood. When the cotton is harvested, send them the cotton clothes. I will not mistreat anyone who fought for the Tang dynasty. Li Longji wanted to compensate them. The ones who rebelled were the outside tribes, and the ones who fought were the outside tribes. He didn't know that it was because of this that the Lushan rebellion happened, using the outside tribes to fight the outside tribes, and at the same time giving the regional commanders great authority. Today, it was Sulu who led the tribe to rebel, and the other tribes fought. When it was in Lushan's turn, and Lushan was too powerful, and the officials told Li Longji that they couldn't do it. At that time, Li Longji didn't make the right decision. Actually, then Lushan in history was the current Sulu. The only difference was that the current Sulu had someone watching over him. and Lu Shan had someone watching over him, and Li Longji didn't believe that he would betray him. At the time, and Lu Shan had been far stronger than Su Lu was now. Li Longji wasn't sure. He still used the outside tribes to deal with the outside tribes, and he felt that many of them could be trusted. Not only him, but the entire imperial court felt the same way. It wasn't that they were stupid. It was because of the limitations of history. Old Mao could disintegrate, and the empire where the sun never sets could weaken. Li Yi's country also almost went down the wrong path. If anyone knew what would happen tomorrow, the first thing they would do would be to buy lottery tickets. If Li Yi's lottery tickets could be faked, it would be useless to buy them. At the very least, they could buy stocks. With leverage, it would definitely hit the upper limit. With 10 times leverage, one hit the upper limit would double the profits. Who didn't limit the upper limit? If they knew what would happen tomorrow, they could buy it in advance. Who knew how many times the profits would be? If they could buy international gold, they could directly use 100 times leverage, and the price would rise by 7%. That would be 7 times the profits. Why wasn't it 10 times? Because 7% was already the upper limit. If they knew the lower limit and added in off-site financing, it would be hard to evaluate how much they could earn in one transaction. Everyone wanted to return to the past, even if it was just for a day. Li Longji and the others didn't know the future, so they could only rely on the current situation to analyze. Li Yi, who knew the future and knew how to compare the data, was much more relaxed. The future could be changed, but technology was always the priority. Don't worry, they can't beat us. The hot air balloon is floating in the sky, and the enemy's shape can be seen clearly. I'm not afraid of them snatching the binoculars. It's useless even if they snatch a few binoculars. Li Yi was talking to Empress Wang and Princess Yongmu in Zhuangzi when the little fellow woke up. He washed his face and even applied some skincare cream. When he saw his mother applying it, he felt that it was good stuff, so he wanted to apply it too. He gave him some, and after applying it, he was happy. He didn't need to apply anything on his skin. A child's skin was the best. Third brother's gastrointestinal tract is not good because of the cold, and he always wants to vomit. It's the human body's self-defense mechanism. He uses vomiting to reduce the pressure and temperature of his gastrointestinal tract. When third brother comes back later, he will definitely want to eat cold noodles. But we can't give it to him. He still wants to vomit after eating it. It's an extreme reaction to the temperature difference. In order not to stimulate the stomach, we can't eat rice or fermented noodles. We have to use hot noodles. At the same time, the stuffing has to be light. Then, we have to use heavy oil when making it. We'll fry it in the box and give it vegetable soup. Li Yi was making a box with watermelon inner skin and pork lean meat. He put egg white instead of yellow. As for the soup, he hadn't made it yet. It was shredded radish soup. He used chopped green onions to fry the pot and then added some ginger foam. This was Chinese medicine. It was carried out from the details of the senses and the human body's reaction. It wasn't about what the patient should eat or supplement. No, it was about what the patient's current physical condition could accept. Then he would try to adjust it when it met the patient's appetite. Western medicine at that time would tell the patient that he should supplement his protein. But the patient couldn't swallow it. He felt disgusted when he saw it. How could he supplement it? Eat it with his teeth and then vomit? He had a fever. The truly awesome Chinese medicine doctors knew how you felt and what you wanted in terms of taste. Then, they would adjust it according to your taste. Protein needed to be ingested. What was more important was that you had to eat it. Not vomiting it out was the first step. Li Yi was like this now. He didn't give you anything that made you noodles. He didn't stimulate your gastric acid secretion. He didn't give you cold food. He didn't stimulate your gastrointestinal tract. He knew that you wanted to eat meat, so he used heavy oil when frying it. But he knew that your stomach couldn't take it, so the inside of the fried food was light. This was called food therapy. Chapter 952. Giddy up, 6 horses, urgent report. Liangzhou was less than 20 miles away from Liangzhou's governing center, Guzhong. 6 horses were galloping. At the second last relay station, the horses were left outside. The courier was wearing a military coat and basking in the sun. The weather was still a little cold, but the grass on the ground had grown. Change yourselves. The courier did not care and called out. The 6 people did not say much. When the horses approached, each of them threw out a sign. The courier raised his hand to catch it and took a look. The 6 people had already dismounted and ran to the side of the horse that was strolling. They did not use the reins or the stirrups. They put their hands on the horse's neck and their feet left the ground. They exerted force on their waists and landed on the horse's back. They clamped their legs. Giddy up! The courier hurriedly threw the sign back. When the leader caught the sign, the horse rushed out. When he pulled the reins again, the horse had already sped up. Good skills! The courier praised loudly. Brothers, the last relay station. It's only 5 p.m. now. The person holding the sign did not care about the tiredness of the continuous journey. They were excited now. It was too comfortable to travel 10 miles to one relay station. On the way, they grabbed a handful of meat floss from the horse and drank water. It was considered a meal. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at another relay station. The horses here were good. Sometimes horses bullied people. Those who were not skilled needed others to hold the reins to fix the horse. It was difficult for them to raise their legs and step on the stirrups. As long as such people wanted to get on the horse would slowly dodge, and the person would step on air. There was a video of Li Yi. Every time he raised his leg, the horse happened to move to the side a little. That was bad. When they encountered people who did not need to touch the reins and stirrups, the horse cooperated. When it ran, it was even more desperate, like the wind. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the city. There was a moat outside the city gate, and there was an arrow tower above the gate. The arrow tower of Guzhong City was written with the words Liangzhou. There were people going in and out of the gate. There were 50,000 to 60,000 people living in Guzhong City of Liangzhou. If there was a war, the people of the other counties would run to Liangzhou City. There were more than 100,000 people. In theory, this place should not have been conquered. However, in history, Tubo took it. In 763, they had just finished dealing with the Lushan rebellion, so the Tang dynasty did not have enough military strength. At this moment, Liangzhou was bustling with activity. When the commoners saw a fast horse approaching, they hurriedly stepped aside. 6 people rushed in and went straight to the Jidushi's official residence, the Jidushi courtyard. Before long, they saw Guazhiyun. After handing over the documents from the imperial court, they were allowed to rest. Guazhiyun checked the seal and confirmed that it had not been opened. He then took it out to look at it. Men, prepare to deploy the troops. Guazhiyun didn't dare to delay after he finished reading. The entire Liangzhou began to move. Guazhiyun had over 70,000 soldiers under his command. The order given by the imperial court was for him to fight Jiku. At that time, Li Yi belonged to the Huangnan Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture. Jiku was actually the closest to Longyu Jidushi. Longyu Jidushi also had over 70,000 soldiers. However, it was Liangzhou's Hushi Jidushi who sent out the troops. That was how it was fought in history. Li Yi knew what it meant. If Longyu's troops didn't move, Tubo's troops would think that nothing would happen. In the end, the troops that really went to fight came from behind Longyu Jidushi. Even if they didn't win and ran back, Longyu would be able to catch up and Tubo wouldn't be able to chase after them. If Longyu Jidushi didn't win and ran back, Tubo would chase after him and occupy Shanzhou, directly threatening the rear. Next to Shanzhou was the Huangshui River. There were ships going up and down to transport supplies. Once Tubo occupied it, Tubo could even go down the river to fight. This was the ability of the Tang dynasty's border generals at this time. They had thought of everything. In history, Guazhiyun didn't get the imperial court's order to send out the troops. He saw that Tubo's troops were empty, so he discussed with Longyu Jidushi Zhang Zhongliang. Longyu Jidushi didn't move, and Hushi Jidushi's troops attacked Tubo's Juku, just like that. Chong, and couldn't do anything at all. The general didn't take orders from the emperor. According to Li Yi's estimation, even if the imperial court didn't give the order immediately. When Su Lu moved, Tubo and the Arabs would move. When Guo Jiyun realized the situation, he would still send out the troops himself. In fact, he was indeed preparing. The intelligence came from the northwest, passing through Liangzhou and using the relay stations from Liangzhou to Chang. When the battle started, he had to tell him. Once the imperial court gave the order, there was no need to think too much. The troops were gathering. They were wearing leather clothes, military coats, and carrying bags. The bags were packed with compressed biscuits, carrots, chopped green onions, salt, pepper, and dried meat floss. There was also a small bottle of alcohol, cotton wool, and gauze. These things were sent over from Chang and before, and they usually couldn't bear to eat them. An hour later, the troops finished gathering. They rode horses, drove carriages, and held torches. They circled around from the south and rushed all the way to Longyu Jidushi's location. The carriages were equipped with hot air balloons and diesel fuel torches. Originally, they were filled with alcohol. Later, they switched to gasoline for training. Gasoline was more dangerous, so they switched to diesel fuel. The carriages also had small whirlwind cannons, bags of explosives, and homemade grenades that could be assembled. Wang, Zhu and Kuei sat in the carriage and said to Guarun, "If this battle goes smoothly, we can take the land of 9 bends in one fell swoop." In front of the two of them was a map drawn by Li Yi. It was more than twice as good as the original map of the Tang dynasty. "I heard that the ships have been used. If we take Juku, the ships can sail back and forth." Guo Jiyun agreed with the deputy. He pointed to the west. There were 2 freshwater lakes at the source of the Yellow River, Jialing Lake and Erling Lake. The 2 lakes were connected by a river. If they took this place, they could get another Jidushi. No, not just one Jidushi. There would be at least 3, and more troops would be stationed there. They could take the entire Yellow River from the source of the Yellow River. Baggage from the rear would be transported by ships. This would be enough to stabilize the situation. Now the main target was the land of 9 bends. The land of 9 bends originally belonged to the Tang dynasty. When Princess Jincheng married Tubo, Yangju, the general of the left guards who accompanied her, took a bribe from Tubo and said that he would give the land of 9 bends to Princess Jincheng as a bath place, which was also her dowry. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty allowed it. As a result, the land of 9 bends became Tubo's base. In order to strengthen his strength, he frequently sent troops to attack the Tang dynasty. 2 years ago, Tubo led 100,000 troops to attack the land of 9 bends, but he was defeated by the Tang dynasty. Then Yangju committed suicide. It was he who accepted the bribe and gave the land of 9 bends to Tubo. Now the Tang dynasty would continue to fight, and Tubo would definitely not be safe. Let's see how we fight. We should make full use of the advantages of good weapons, especially the hot air balloons. Guo Jiyun was very confident about this battle. The things given by Chang were too good. There were also binoculars. Tubo could arrange the battle formations however he wanted. He should transfer a lot of troops to attack the 4 towns and huge stone city. He hoped that they could hold on. As long as he won the battle here, Tubo would definitely come back to help. If we don't lose too much, we can join forces with Zhang Zhongliang and Longyu to defend and not give Tubo a chance to recapture. Wang, Zhu and Kuei was thinking. He was considering whether it was okay to station the troops here and not return to Liangzhou temporarily after the battle. He would wait for the imperial court to make arrangements. I'm afraid that the logistical pressure is too great. It's difficult to continue in Longyu. Guo Jiyun was a little worried. What he didn't know was that just as he was sending troops, the Salt Gang of Shu Di organized again. Chapter 953. Quick, quick, let's run. Organize the men. This time, we'll transport to the north. It's more than 1,500 miles. 50 coins per person a day. The people of the Salt clan were commanding. The money Li Yi took out was used to buy things. After the imperial court sent the urgent message, Li Yi also used the same channel to send a letter to the Shu lands. There were enough horses. From Xi'an to Liangzhou, it took 1 day and 1 night. From Chang and to the Shu lands, it took less than 1 day and 1 night. In history, the lychees that Yang Guifei ate were from the Shu lands. At that time, the lychees could be delivered in time. Now, it was even faster than reaching Liangzhou. When Yang Huanjin received Li Yi's letter, he immediately arranged it. The entire Izhou was mobilized. Countless supplies were loaded onto the carriages and traveled by land. All the clans with enough status participated. They didn't want those who weren't strong enough. They needed to travel quickly. Each person carrying a pole was paid 50 coins a day. Each person pushing a wheelbarrow was paid 120 coins a day. 2 people were responsible for 1 cart. The price for driving the cart was different according to the livestock. The first batch of troops had already set off. Now, the second batch was about to set off. It seemed that 1,500 miles was a bit far. It would take a month for the troops to arrive. When they encountered mountain ridges that were difficult to travel, they needed to unload the goods on the cart and carry them over. However, the war wasn't over in a day. Yang Huanjin sent people to other provinces in the Shu lands to continue the transportation. The logistics had to be continuous. When the front arrived, the baggage flow would be completely formed. The soldiers at the front persevered for a month. After that, they wouldn't lack anything. The people who reported the news quickly advanced north. They went to the counties and villages in the north and bought things there. These things weren't sent forward. Instead, they were supplied to the baggage flow team along the way. In addition, they hired local people to repair the bad roads. Everything was to better support the front line. In fact, many people in the Shu lands were willing to help transport things, even if they didn't pay. In addition to their loyalty to the king and patriotism, if they lost the land above, the Shu lands would have to face Tubo. If Tubo attacked, wouldn't they fight? Now others were fighting and they were helping. Looking at Li Dongzhu's appearance, he is very confident in this battle. Huang Xianrong saw that the sky was dark and wiped the sweat off his face. Ever since he received the letter in the morning, he had only drunk a few mouthfuls of water. He was tired and hungry. Let's eat hot pot tonight. Take out the chili Li Dongzhu gave us and drink some wine. We still have work to do tomorrow, Yang Huanjin said while rubbing his stomach. A group of big shots from all walks of life were eating hot pot at the headquarters of the Salt Gang in Izhou. The 500,000 yuan was given to them without raising the price. When the time came for them to contribute their strength, they would contribute their manpower and resources. Last time, when they were fighting against the barbarians of the southwest, they had worked together once. If they sold goods to the capital office, they would be exempted from paying taxes. Furthermore, they could also exchange coupons from the capital office to spend. The commoners of Shu County loved it. Copper coins were very heavy. The Li family Zhuangzi of Baishui mobilized again and hurriedly followed. Even if he had to pay a little money, it was worth it. Li Dongzhu was a trustworthy person and got along well with the prime ministers of the imperial court. If there was any business that was blocked by the capital office, it would be useful to look for him. Looking at the situation, the imperial court wants to fight a war and seize the land of Jiku. The head shopkeeper of the cloth trade analyzed. It has nothing to do with the imperial court. Li Dongzhu paid for it. It's Li Dongzhu who wants to get Jiku. The head of the grain merchant spoke. Once we take Jiku, we can also get Jialing Lake and Erling Lake in the west. The grassland is rich and beautiful, and we can raise more cattle, sheep, and horses. When the time comes, the commoners of Shu County can eat cheaper meat. It can't be much worse than the price of the capital office. The giant merchant in charge of 1/5 of the meat trade in Ijo spoke. He didn't care about the price of meat. As long as he killed and sold it, he could profit from it. Once the price of meat became cheaper, the commoners would eat more meat and he would earn more money. Next time, whoever goes there, ask Li Dongzhu, other than making pickled vegetables and various kinds of peppercorns, what else can we earn more money from here? Fu Jia, who was in charge of part of the transportation in Shu County, looked at Yang Huanji, meaning to ask him. He didn't have any contact with Li Yi. Shu County produced a lot of things, and the transportation needed increased. He could profit from it. I'll write a letter and ask the relay station to help send it. Yang Huanjin agreed. He also hoped to develop the transportation business. The person in front of him was not only in charge of both water and land transportation, but also in charge of building roads and bridges. If the road wasn't good, it would delay things. Building roads could help him gain a good reputation. Can chili be grown in Shu County? The person who had planted a lot of peppercorns wanted to add a new crop. Huang Xianrong, take over. Li Dongzhu still hopes to make more money from chili. He won't give you the seeds now, but when he grows more and buys it at a cheaper price, he will agree. Okay. Third brother, you're completely recovered. Eat more meat. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi checked Li Longji and congratulated him. It was just a cold. It wasn't viral and wasn't contagious. If it was viral, it needed to be treated with morpholinidine hydrochloride. At the same time, there were antibiotics for inflammation. Viral colds could kill people, so it was important to take it seriously. Li Longji was eating braised pork ribs. In the past, pork ribs were taken out directly, but since Li Yi, they ate it in the Li family Zhuangzi and found that it was more delicious than meat. The people knew that pork ribs were delicious, but they didn't buy them. They bought meat because it was more fatty. After Li Yi bought things in the East Market and made them himself, the people in the Li family Zhuangzi would go to the East Market and West Market every day to buy pork ribs and ask for some meat. Pork ribs and lamb ribs were fine. Other than the free soup, the people in the Zhuangzi ate the rest of the ribs. Children loved to eat the ribs, and their faces were oily. After eating a piece of pork ribs, Li Longji put down his chopsticks. Brother Yi! Li Yi also put down his chopsticks and sat up straight. He knew that there was something important. Brother Yi, are you plotting against the Jukka region? There are 2 big freshwater lakes over there. Li Longji asked. Li Yi sent a letter to the Shu lands. Normally, the West River Jadushi would send troops once, and they didn't need the help of the Shu lands. Last year, and in the first 2 months of this year, they sent a large number of supplies to the Jadushi prefectures. The Jadushi prefectures already had reserves, and the extra supplies were enough to fight 2 or 3 wars. How much baggage would they need to mobilize the Shu lands? I wrote a letter to Zhang Shuo, asking him to help collect supplies in Hunan province and transport them to Cheng. Li Yi didn't answer about his own plans, but he said that he did it secretly. Li Longji was stunned. How come I didn't know about it? You even bought things from Hunan province? Big Brother knows. Big Brother's Workers' Alliance is making use of the time to build ships, and Zhuangzi is making propellers. Li explained. I told Big Brother, but he didn't tell you. He was probably too busy building ships. I didn't see Big Brother transporting more things from the Yellow River, occupying the whole area. Li Longji was sure that there was not enough supplies in the Shu lands. If he continued to buy, he would definitely continue to send supplies there. If they didn't occupy space, why would they send supplies? Your actions are too big. If we occupy the Yellow River Basin, we can slowly swallow the Yangtze River Basin. Li Yi admitted. The source of the Yellow River Basin was at the Twin Lakes, while the source of the Yangtze River was at the west of the Tangela Mountains, and the other was at the west of Xiluo Sarenbama. There was also a lake there, Doljeko Lake. However, there was no need to occupy it. As long as the downstream was guarded, Tubo would be pushed back. Chapter 954. Li Longji was stunned, and a map appeared in his mind. He was stunned. Li Yi waited for a while before picking up his chopsticks and continuing to eat. After Li Yi finished 2 pieces of braised pork ribs, Li Longji came back to his senses. He picked up his chopsticks again. Can Guojiyun occupy it? There are still a lot of garrison troops and provincial governors behind. The provincial governor of Hushi will be at the front, and there's no need to defend the rear. He needs baggage. Li Yi believed in Guojiyun. Without advanced weapons, Guojiyun could break through Tubo Dam. Now that the necessary equipment had been prepared, they knew how to use the generals at the front lines. The main use of gunpowder was to scare the enemy's horses. Horses that had not been specially trained would definitely panic when they heard the sound of explosions. They were not pandas. Pandas would look curiously when they heard the commotion and would not run away. They were like silly roe deers. When the hunters chased them, they would run away. When the hunters shouted, they would stop and look back. If Guojiyun did not make good use of gunpowder weapons, he might as well kill himself. Do we need to form a fleet of ships? Li Longji said as he picked up his bowl and drank the yellow wine. The propeller fleet will enter the Yellow River, and the ship fleet will enter the Wei River. When they reach the source of the Wei River, they will be supported by manpower. They will take the east and west land route and send them to the Yellow River. Li Yi could not wait for the man-made canal to be completed, so he sent people to send them first. If they went ashore at the source of the Wei River, they would not have to go through the Yellow River. The ship in front will send the goods to the soldiers and smoothly return to the position before the Yellow River. They will load the goods and turn around to send them again. The propeller ships will go through Huku Waterfall and are very fast. They will also load and unload the goods before the Yellow River. There are things to buy and sell in the Northwest region, and the war will not affect domestic commerce. The other ships will go through Huku Waterfall and transport goods to and from Huaiyuan and other places below. This will solve the needs of the people at the Yellow River. Li Yi told Li Longji about his plan. It was a sin not to make good use of the water power of the Yellow River. Li Longji put down his bowl. Who will be sent to replace the provincial governors? Once the place is occupied, we will need 3 to 4 provincial governors. Li Longji inquired about names. Who was more suitable? There were many Northwest Jidushi, one after another. The purpose was to give the regional commanders more autonomy. If one person controlled too much, everyone would have to listen to him. The exchange of information took up a lot of time. By the time he learned of the situation, it might be too late to respond. With a few more regional governors, they would be in charge of a small region. Once something happened, they would be able to react immediately. They could either act alone or work together with other regional governors. For example, Guojiyun had cooperated with Longyu Jidushi once. The imperial court can arrange for people. Find people who know how to fight and teach Guozi's generals. You don't have to worry about any of them suddenly rebelling. If they dare to rebel, I'll personally deal with them. Li Yi couldn't give a specific person. So how could he know who was stronger? Guozi was powerful, but Guozi was still young and had winged knights with him. Geshu Han was amazing. Geshu Han was 14 years old this year. Wang Zhongxi was amazing. Wang Zhongxi was 12 years old this year. Those who knew were all young, so he could just casually send them. They shouldn't be too bad. The Tang dynasty didn't lack capable generals. The Tang dynasty currently had a military system, and the generals learned the same thing. As long as the generals weren't too idiotic, they wouldn't lose. Fine. Li Longji didn't ask anymore. He thought that Li Yi was giving face to the prime ministers. Otherwise, if Li Yi had the final say, what would happen to the prime ministers? The two of them ate dinner and discussed how to conquer more of the Tang dynasty's territory. On the other side of the battlefield, it was the place where someone had reported that a battle was about to break out. This morning, a group of 10,000 Tang dynasty cavalry was moving swiftly. Each person rode 3 horses, and they belonged to the Anchi Protectorate. The leader wasn't Tang Jiahui. Instead, it was Zhang Shaosong, who should have been imprisoned for corruption but hadn't been arrested yet. Zhang Shaosong had been crazy before. He had conquered more than 100 cities and even massacred 3 of them. Then, someone said that he was corrupt. It wasn't clear if he was being corrupted or if he was being schemed against. Li Yi didn't agree. If he was corrupt, then so be it. He continued to stay there. He wasn't able to suppress Su Lu even though he was there. Instead, the battle started earlier than in history. When Zhang Shaosong saw that the battle had started, he asked for 10,000 cavalry. He brought his things and took a detour. He didn't care about Su Lu. He still didn't care about Tubo. He went to find the Abbasid Caliphate. The Abbasid Caliphate had sent out 20,000 soldiers. Zhang Shaosong brought 10,000 cavalry. He felt that it was more than enough. In the western regions, who could play better than him? 10,000 cavalry wasn't afraid of battle at all. He was following Zhang Shaosong. If I had such good weapons last time, I would have been able to fight to the end. Even running into the forest wouldn't have been enough. Zhang Shaosong held a hand grenade in his hand. He was confident that he could defeat the Abbasid Caliphate in a single battle. He weighed the hand grenade in his hand. It wouldn't explode if it fell to the ground. He then shouted, "Your Majesty has made me a kingdom knight. In this battle, I don't want anything. Other than handing it over, we will split it amongst our brothers." His personal guards shouted as well, telling the whole army to boost their morale. Indeed, the 10,000 soldiers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They were eager to fight. The troops moved very quickly. As they walked, the grass on the ground lessened. Zhang Shaosong ordered the troops to stop. He took out his binoculars and looked around. Raise the hot air balloon. Following his instructions, someone took down the boxes from the horses and started to assemble them. After half an hour, the hot air balloon could be lifted off. There was a rope tied to the bottom. "Get a bannerman to follow me up." Zhang Shaosong went up himself. He wanted to look at the terrain, mainly the grass. He was familiar with the terrain. A messenger went up and the hot air balloon rose. Zhang Shaosong looked through his binoculars. After looking for some time, he said to the messenger beside him, "Move southwest 20 miles. Go down." The signal bearers made the signal, and the men on the ground looked through their binoculars. They passed down the order, and the troops moved southwest. The men below retracted the rope and pulled the hot air balloon down. They couldn't run on the rope, as it would cause the balloon to lose its balance. The hot air balloon landed on the ground, and Zhang Shaosong kept the torch. He then led his men to chase after the troops. When they arrived at their position, there were patches of yellow soil. There wasn't much grass around. They needed a rain before the grass could grow again. It was still very cold, and the further they went, the colder it would get. "Eat your meal. Raise the hot air balloon. If you see any enemy, descend immediately. Do not let the enemy see the hot air balloon. The rest of you, take the explosives, grenades, and slow ropes and follow me." Zhang Shaosong gave another order. He then walked forward. He didn't ride a horse. If he did, he would leave a trail. The group of men followed him. The slow ropes were his own invention. The grenades and explosives had to be lit, and there was a wire. The wire was relatively short, so he used oil to soak a thin hemp rope, dry it, and extend the fuse. He felt that it was better to bury this thing to scare the cavalry. It wasn't defending or attacking a city, so such a short wire was useless. After walking for a full hour, a protruding grassland appeared in front of them. It was mainly because of a small stream flowing through it. The stream in the northwest would always change its course. As it flowed, it would disappear, and a new stream would appear from somewhere else. It was the same for large rivers. It depended on the direction of the wind and sand. Where there was water, the grass would be dense, and there was a large patch of grass. "Take a shovel and dig. Dig together with the grass," Zhang Shaosong ordered. Chapter 955. When Zhang Shaosong and his team finished processing, They made a few bitter grasses that looked like they were naturally piled up by the wind. He took his men and left to meet up with the main force. The team moved to the southeast, 40 miles away from where he was just now. They set up camp in a straight line from east to west. There was also grassland here, and the horses grazed on their own land. The soldiers took out the powder ground from the bags on the backs of the horses and spread it on their palms to feed the horses. The raw beans at the crucial moment could not be used to feed the horses. The horses ate grass and would easily have diarrhea if they ate raw beans. The hot air balloon rose and looked into the distance. Next to it, someone began to set up a 10-foot-high wooden frame with mortise and tenon structure. When it was dark, the lookout stood on the frame to watch. The hot air balloon could not be raised. At night, the hot air balloon looked like a big lantern. Zhang Shaosong did not set up camp. He directly rested. He did not intend to rely on the camp to defend. He was a pure cavalry. Cavalry needed a stronghold. When it was dark, the horses were fed. The hot air balloon came down without torches. Everyone put down the horses in their military coats and slept against the horses. The horses could also sleep on their sides. Sometimes they felt very comfortable. The stars in the sky blinked. The moon had already set. It was the beginning of the month, the first quarter moon. It rose early and set early. Zhang Shaosong had an extra blanket. He did not use it as a bedding, but rolled it up and used it as a pillow. He called the young generals to squeeze together and sleep. The furry hats that could be put down were tied on their chins. Their bodies were curled up, and they relied on their military coats to keep warm. They had leather coats inside, all sent from Cheng. Even so, their noses would be frozen red. It was really cold at night. The soldiers were very content. They did not have military coats and thick hats in the past. When they marched, they ate whatever was available. Now they even brought canned bamboo food. Compared to before, it was a world of difference. The sentries who stood on a few lookouts and looked through binoculars chewed pork floss in their mouths. Pork floss was pork floss. Now the Confucianism had entered the Tang dynasty, but not many people believed it. Otherwise, Li Yi would have a hard time preparing food. He had to consider other people's beliefs. Now that no one believed in it, the soldiers ate pork floss. It was quite delicious. There would be no more letters in the future. Li Yi would absolutely not allow the Islamic religion to enter again. Time passed, and when it was almost midnight, a lookout was the first to see the troops marching with torches lit at night. Although he said he saw it, it was more like there were many small dots of light. If the distance was too far, the enemy scouts would be 20 to 30 li away. Otherwise, how could the team rest 40 li away from that position? The use of the binoculars came into play at this moment. The messenger slid down the rope from the slightly swaying watchtower. He found Zhang Shaosong and said, "Patrol, patrol, they're here. The Arabs are here. There are torches, small dots." Just as this person finished speaking, another soldier ran over. "Patrol, they're here." Zhang Shaosong quivered and sat up, passed down the order. "Get ready. We are indeed marching at night. If we don't hurry, the horses won't have anything to eat." Zhang Shaosong took out his water bag and poured some water to wash his face to wake himself up. As for whether his cold face would dry out at night, that was not within the scope of consideration. The others were woken up one by one. They also washed their faces and prepared for battle. The horses were also not to shout. Some of the horses had already been standing, and many of them were huddled together for warmth. There was no need for Zhang Shaosong to give any further orders. The soldiers knew what to do. There was a large patch of grass there. When the Arabs arrived, the horses would not be able to bear it and would eat there. The Arabs would also rest there, cook some food, and wait for dawn to arrive. If the Arabs were to set up camp somewhere else tonight, then that would be impossible. There would be no water, unless the distance was very far. But if they could not arrive together in a coordinated battle, their allies would be finished. The troops set out. They did not bother with the watchtower and rode their horses slowly. It was still a journey of 40 li. They did not light torches. The horses were very careful when they landed, afraid that they would step into a pit. On the other side, although there were 20,000 of them, there were only 16,000 white-clothed Arabs. They were indeed resting. Zhang Xiaosong was all too familiar with the habits of the enemies in the western regions. The Arabs had many more horses than men, and they used them to carry weapons and supplies. While the horses were eating grass, the men were eating meat, beef jerky, and mutton jerky. They were fetching water from the stream. They were very tired from the journey, so the scouts were sent out so that they could eat in peace. Zhang Xiaosong's troops were gradually recovering, and they were no longer so tired. A cold wind would wake them up. The horses were the same. After some exercise, they would gradually adjust. An hour later, when they were about to encounter the enemy scouts 20 li away, Zhang Xiaosong ordered, "Scouts, advance! Shoot and kill the enemy scouts." In truth, the generals had seen through their binoculars that the Arab scouts were being illuminated by torches. Through the binoculars, the torches were far too obvious. The scouts dismounted from their horses and quickly ran forward with crossbows in their hands. 15 minutes after they had left, Zhang Xiaosong ordered again, "Increase the speed. Keep up. Prepare for battle. Fire arrows." The soldiers changed their arrows. The arrowheads were wrapped in incendiary items and fired from the crossbows. In a little while, they would light the arrows with lighters and fire. The arrows were mainly used to light up the fuse on the other side. There was no rush for a large-scale battle. The scouts with crossbows gradually approached the enemy scouts. The Arab scouts were more relaxed. They did not think that they would encounter the military forces of the Tang dynasty here. In their minds, the military forces of the Tang dynasty should have just reacted. However, they did not know that the Tang dynasty had already said that Sulu was getting stronger and should be attacked. None of the generals guarding the borders of the Tang dynasty were free, including Wang Zhongxi in history. He said that Enlu Shan was going to rebel, but Li Longji did not think that was possible. In the end, the generals from the Kaiyuan to Heavenly Treasure era were all more sensitive and had a better grasp of the situation. A good hand had been ruined by Li Longji. The current generals of the Tang dynasty, just like when Li Yi had just destroyed the Japanese Empire, each of them could oversee a region. Even after defeating the national army and establishing a country, they were still so strong. However, they were directly dealt with by that person instead of drinking a cup of wine. When the Tang dynasty scouts approached, the horses were the first to react. Unfortunately, the people on the horses did not feel the danger and continued to stroll slowly. Wung, wung, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A volley of crossbow bolts flew over, hitting both the men and the horses. The cries of the tensome, white-clothed Arab scouts gradually died down. Not a single one of them had escaped. Zhang Xiaosong and his men saw the situation and urged their horses on. The sound of hooves became louder. When they reached the place, the scouts mounted their horses and moved with them. The Arab scouts, further away, did not care. They did not have time to react. At 20 li, the horses sped up. At 10 li, they changed horses and sped up again. At 5 li, the sound of hooves could be heard. It was obvious that 10,000 horses were galloping. Get ready. The enemy is here. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty is here. Get on your horses. The Arabs understood that such a loud sound must be the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. In their panic, they got up and went to find their horses. The horses were still eating grass. Horses were not humans. A bowl of noodles could be sucked in easily. If they were eating cold noodles, a bowl of cold noodles could be swallowed in 10 seconds. They did not even need to chew. Horses could not. They were eating grass. Just as they were eating comfortably, a battle was about to break out. Chapter 956. Zhang Xiaosong's team changed horses again when there were only 3 li left. Some of the other horses were left behind to lead them, and nearly 8,000 cavalry charged forward. A few dozen cavalry charged at the front, then suddenly stopped, took out their lighters, and lit their torches. Then they began to jog, extending their torches to the side. The people behind them passed by, and the fire arrows flickered on their torches, lighting them up and increasing their speed. The Arabs had just finished gathering, and before they could split up, the Tang dynasty's army entered their shooting range. Using the momentum, the fire arrows shot into the air. Some landed in the crowd, some landed in front of the Arabs, and some landed where the bitter grass was. Some even landed directly where the explosives were. Boom! Boom! After the fire arrows were fired, the Tang dynasty cavalry immediately circled around, not intending to charge in, but the explosives exploded. One by one, the explosives blew up the earth, emitting sparks. Nay, nay. The horses were frightened and began to run in panic. They collided with each other, raised their front hooves, fell to the ground in fear, opened their mouths to bite the horse next to them, and so on and so forth. The Tang dynasty cavalry split up and circled around. They threw away their crossbows, switched to bows, and fired arrows continuously. 3 battalions, follow me, Zhang Xiaosong shouted, and the messenger passed on the order, directly specifying the battalions. His was a reinforced battalion with 1,000 men. The 3,000 men split up and regrouped 3 or 4 li away. Attack in echelons, 500 men in each group. Pierce through, Zhang Xiaosong shouted again. The cavalry automatically split into groups, and under the light of the enemy's torches, one group after another charged forward with bows drawn. When they reached the bows, they first fired a rain of arrows, then slung their bows, drew their scimitars, and charged in. They constantly urged their horses, not caring about the position of the enemy. They just chased through and cut down the enemy with their scimitars. This was the first time they were using this tactic in a real battle. Li Yi taught them, and the Mongolian cavalry did the same. They charged in echelons, first firing a rain of arrows, then chased through. After piercing through, they ran a certain distance, circled around, and did it again. Now, the Tang dynasty cavalry used the content of their training, using this tactic to split up and not give the enemy a chance to regroup. This was the first time the white-clothed Arabs had encountered such a tactic. Their horses were startled, and they were stunned by the slaughter. The soldiers do not know the generals, and the generals do not know the soldiers, so there is no way to coordinate. Zhang Xiaosong's echelon hadn't even been completely used up, but the white-clothed Arabs had already been routed. Run, I don't want to play anymore. Those that couldn't escape were surrounded and killed. The horses didn't cooperate with the white-clothed Arabian master at all. The cavalry chased after the fleeing soldiers. 2,000 men with horses split up and led a dozen or so horses to chase after them. The Abbasid Caliphate's horse couldn't even fit 2 people, and it had been ambushed when the horse was tired and grazing. It was the same for humans. They had just eaten something and had not yet digested it. The blood would gather in the stomach, and the fatigue from the journey would not be recovered yet. Now he was in a state of excitement, running around like a headless fly. The killing and pursuit continued until dawn. However, the battle did not stop. When dawn came, the Tang dynasty's cavalry changed horses and continued their pursuit. These 10,000 soldiers were soldiers who had followed Zhang Xiaosong to conquer hundreds of cities. As long as they were led by Zhang Xiaosong, their combat strength would explode. This was a kind of pride that said, "I'm stronger than you, I can easily beat you." After conquering hundreds of cities, just how fast was the tempo of the assault? Now they were chasing after someone and keeping an eye on them unless they surrendered. When the sky was completely bright, the horses that had lost their masters began to look for grass to eat and stopped running. The corpses of the Abbasid Caliphate lay on the ground, many of them with their eyes wide open, and the pursuit continued. The horses were connected, so they could change horses. Even if the Abbasid Caliphate used a saber to stab a horses, but the horse would still be unable to run. In the end, it would fall to the ground and die of exhaustion. The Tang dynasty soldiers who did not pursue gathered the corpses of their comrades together and prepared to bring them back. More than 4,000 Abbasid Caliphate captives were using their sabers to dig holes to bury their dead. On the side, the Tang dynasty soldiers raised their crossbows and stood guard. Dissect the dead horses and have the captives carry them back. If you're too slow and the horse meat spoils, kill them. Zhang Shaosong was expressionless. He didn't look at his dead brothers, nor did he care how many of his enemies died. Today there was almost no resistance from the Abbasid Caliphate, so they could become captives. If too many of his brothers died and the Abbasid Caliphate put up a fierce resistance, all the captives would be killed. Just like 2 years ago, he had raided 100 cities and finally met resistance. When the city was breached, he had slaughtered the entire city. The surviving non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty did not appear mournful. They were also fighting with their lives on the line. How could there be no deaths in war? Life and death were fated. Perhaps next time they would be the ones to fall. There was no need for others to cry. As long as their families could receive enough compensation, it was fine. Only by fighting with one's life and killing the enemy until they were afraid could there be peace. Moreover, the families of the dead brothers would have good days. Besides the normal compensation, they would also receive extra money from His Majesty. At noon, all the pursuers returned with the corpses of more than 200 of their brothers and the captured horses of the enemy. Then they started to head back. There were more than 6,000 captives. They buried their dead men and carried the bloody dead horses on their backs as they marched forward. They didn't dare to be slow. If they were slow, they would be killed. Some of them fell as they walked, and the Tang dynasty soldiers would give them a stab. The items would be carried forward by others. There was a group of cavalry that traveled several dozen li and then ascended a hot air balloon to continue observing. 2 hours later, the people on the hot air balloon sent a flag signal. The people on the ground received the signal and reported the situation to Zhang Shaosong. Leave 2,000 men to guard and send them back. The rest come with me. When Zhang Shaosong received the news, he ignored his fatigue and quickly led his men away. The people on the hot air balloon discovered that the Anqi Protectorate was fighting with Su Lu's men several dozen li away. It could be considered a scout battle. Scouts from both sides were constantly joining in. In the end, it was a small-scale battle of several hundred against several hundred. The scouts on both sides were running in circles while shooting arrows. Another scout was running back to report the situation. In other words, both sides had their main forces. Zhang Shaosong found another opportunity. He wanted to conceal the battlefield. He wanted to use his own men as scouts and kill all the scouts of Su Lu's assault cavalry. He wanted Su Lu to become blind. That way, he would lead more than 7,000 men and patrol the periphery of the battlefield. Su Lu would definitely cry. More than 7,700 cavalry. 1 man on 3 mounts were watching from the side. You said he was the main force, right? He wasn't. The main force was the Anqi Protectorate's army with infantry. You said he wasn't the main force. He could pierce through your formation at any time and chase after you if you ran. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of such a powerful force? This was what Zhang Shaosong wanted to do. There was no need to talk about his commanding ability. He had already destroyed a country. A group of people charged over just like that. The general held a telescope. The Anqi Protectorate naturally had telescopes as well, including the scouts. There were clearly more Tang dynasty scouts on the battlefield than Su Lu scouts. This was because the Tang dynasty scouts had telescopes and reacted first. Chapter 9, 57. Report. The Anqi Protectorate's hot air balloon soldiers have requested for us to go 20 li southwest to help them. Someone in Zhang Xiaosong's group looked through binoculars while riding. They saw the hot air balloons that the Anqi Protectorate's main force had sent to deal with Su Lu. The other party had also seen their group. Then, the other party signaled for them to help. Quick, change horses. Keep changing horses. charge over and surround Su Lu's men. Zhang Shaosong didn't hesitate at all and led his group to charge over. He wanted to cover Su Lu's battlefield. His own battlefield couldn't be covered by the enemy now because of the hot air balloons. Who could cover 100 li? If it was a few dozen li, the people on the hot air balloons would be able to see it, even if it was just a small dot through binoculars. The group changed horses and sped up. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at their position. The enemy scouts were still fighting with the Tang dynasty scouts. When a large group of cavalry appeared, the first thought of the enemy scouts was to run. The Tang dynasty scouts immediately urged their horses on. Run. Our men are here. Stay here, little guys. The wind direction is suitable. The wind isn't strong. Let them release 2 hot air balloons. Zhang Shaosong sensed the direction of the wind and gave an order to his flag signal soldier. The wind was blowing in Su Lu's direction, and it wasn't strong either. The Tang dynasty people didn't react to this situation, but he did. If he didn't release the balloons now, when would he? As for the fact that it was easy to die if they flew over, so be it. He was leading his group to charge over. It wouldn't be good to die if he died. The signal soldier jumped onto his horse and waved the flag with both hands to convey the order. After repeating it twice, there was a hole in front of the horse. The horse jumped, and he fell into it. "Help!" he shouted. A horse rushed over from behind. The person on the horse caught him and threw him back to his horse. "We were almost finished." "Thank you." The signal soldier thanked him and followed Zhang Shaosong's horse. He was ready to listen to orders at any time. The others took a look and continued to charge. This was a normal operation, whether it was standing on the horse, waving the flag, or falling and being caught and thrown back. For them, this wasn't difficult. All cavalry should be equipped with this. Actually, it wouldn't have been a problem even if they were a little later. The cavalry behind them would have scooped them up like how they scooped up sheep. Request for release. When the flag signaler on the hot air balloon saw this, he waved his flag downwards. The subordinates passed the message to the commander-in-chief, and the hot air balloon requested to be released. "You are allowed to fly. Pay attention to your safety." The general felt the wind and found that it was indeed time to release them. Immediately, the people below the 3 hot air balloons loosened the ropes, and the hot air balloons floated out. As they floated, they retracted the ropes, and when they came back, they threw the ropes to the people below to catch them. The 3 hot air balloons moved forward with the wind. The people on the hot air balloons picked up the explosives, ready to ignite them and throw them down at any time. Since they were already flying, they would definitely pass by the enemy's troops. Why didn't they throw something at them? What if the enemy general was killed by the explosion? Then, he would have made a meritorious contribution. Zhang Shaosong cleanly disposed of the enemy scouts. He glanced at the hot air balloon in the sky and continued forward, leaving the area where the scouts from both sides were fighting. He wanted to annoy Su Lu from the flank. Nearly 8,000 cavalry suddenly joined the fray. Would you, Su Lu, care about it? Su Lu was indeed dumbfounded. If there was a medicine for regret, he would definitely buy it and eat it. Why were the hot air balloons of the Tang dynasty so disgusting? They flew so high, and they even had binoculars. At the same time, he felt sad. The Tang dynasty didn't treat him well. Although they gave him their salary and supplies every time, they didn't give him any hot air balloons or binoculars. This meant that the Tang dynasty was always on guard against him and didn't trust him. Why were the people of the Tang dynasty so smart? They knew that he would rebel? Yes, why was the Tang dynasty so powerful? Those people were once 2-legged sheep. Don't send any more scouts. Retreat. Su Lu ordered. He knew that the scouts were useless. The hot air balloons of the Tang dynasty were starting to float in this direction. It was time to hide. The 3 hot air balloons were a few li apart from each other and slowly floated over. There were even people throwing grenades down from the balloons. It was just a can. They lit it and threw it down. With a boom, it didn't hit anyone, but some horses were startled. It was too disgusting. The people below had to hide. Who wanted to be hit? As soon as they hid, their formation was disrupted. The flag signal soldiers on the hot air balloons immediately sent out messages. The main force of the Anqi Protectorate's cavalry began to charge forward, gradually accelerating. Zhang Shaosong also received the same message. Fire, crossbow echelon. Don't charge. More than 7,000 cavalrymen held their crossbows and split into two groups, charging toward the charging cavalry. You're in disarray. If not you, who should we attack? Su Lu wanted to cry. He finally understood the power of the hot air balloons. The hot air balloons couldn't kill many people, but their existence was to attack the mind and transmit information. They threw down explosive things that could kill a circle of people. Should they hide when they were in formation? If they didn't, the generals might be killed. Once they hid, the formation would be disrupted, and the enemy would take the opportunity to attack, especially this cavalry that suddenly appeared. How did they react so quickly? They had just started to charge when the situation changed. Who was the general leading them? Reporting, I know. The white-clothed Arab army has been wiped out. The people who ran over said that it was Zhang Xiaosong's army. Finally, a scout ran over to report. His voice was very loud, and everyone in the surroundings heard him. Su Lu hated that he couldn't kill this scout, but at the same time his heart turned cold. The white-clothed Arab army was ambushed by Zhang Xiaosong and completely wiped out. That was a matter of the past. Now, the army he was about to ask about was led by Zhang Xiaosong, god of death. No wonder they reacted so quickly. This was an existence famous in the western regions. It's over, it's all over. Su Lu wanted to wait for Tubo's army to arrive. Unfortunately, Tubo's army hadn't arrived yet, so the white-clothed Arab army couldn't come. What he didn't know was that Tubo's army was entangled. The Karluk tribe's troops met Tubo's troops with grenades. Then, the Karluk tribe's death warriors put on heavy armor. Their horses also put on heavy armor. After charging for a short distance, they ignited their grenades and exploded in the midst of the Tibetan army. Their deaths startled Tubo's horses. The Tang dynasty's cavalry took the opportunity to charge. Tubo's cavalry lost their mobility and suffered heavy losses. They had no choice but to retreat and defend. Thus, no one came to support him. Moreover, Tubo's army was about to be ambushed by Guozhiyun's army. From the beginning of the war, the outcome was destined. Horses that hadn't experienced gunpowder explosions couldn't compete with the enemy at all. While Su Lu was pondering how to deal with this, Zhang Xiaosong's cavalry began to shoot arrows rhythmically. A rain of arrows rained down, and the soldiers of the assault cavalry fell one by one. The hot air balloon continued to approach, as if looking for a target. Su Lu's heart was bleeding. Tears flowed out of his eyes as he shouted, "Retreat, retreat!" The soldiers of the assault cavalry seemed to have received an order. They adjusted their direction and ran, retreating. The cavalry was the fastest. They ran first, and then Zhang Xiaosong's cavalry chased after them. The infantry were straightforward. They threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground, and surrendered. I can't outrun you. I have 2 legs and you have 4 legs. Some can even fly. Chapter 958. Kill. Capture them. Don't move. Treat the wounded. Quick, alcohol. Prepare to suture. Bite the wooden stick. There's no wooden stick. I'll give you some grass. Bite it. The cavalry chased after them while the infantry collected the captives and treated the wounded. Save me. I've lost a lot of blood. The wound is big. I'll die if you don't save me. A captive with a big wound on his leg begged. Then go to hell. I'll give you a quick death. The non-commissioned officer of the Tang dynasty was about to raise his knife. Save him quick. Ask Li Dongzhu if he wants the captive and sell him to Li Dongzhu. A squad leader came over, glanced at the captive's wound, and ordered treatment. Save him! Save him immediately. When the person in charge of saving the captive heard that he could be sold for money, he quickly found something for the captive to bite and began to wipe the wound with alcohol. Then he wiped the needle and thread. He wiped his hand with an alcohol cotton ball and stitched the wound as if he was sewing a mattress. The captive trembled in pain and sweated profusely. His fingers dug into the soil. "Quick, bring the saline bottle. Our brother's intestines are out and need to be cleaned. I'll suture it and see if he can survive." A non-commissioned officer shouted. A soldier of the Tang dynasty had his stomach cut open and his intestines flowed out. Basically, he should be dead. It was useless to stuff it back in. However, the team had brought something with them. They had filtered salt with yellow mud many times and mixed it with normal saline by themselves. Without distilled water, they steamed it directly. They took a big porcelain bottle and steamed it as if they were making canned food. They steamed it together with a stopper and quickly stuffed it in. Whether the method taught by Li Yi was effective or not depended on fate. There was no guarantee of death. If they used it, they might survive. They washed it, stuffed it back in, rinsed it, and sutured it. They left a small opening for drainage. When they returned, they would insert a steam straw, reed tube, or goose feather tube. Then they would drink medicine. If they survived, they would be lucky. If they didn't, they would be compensated. As for other external injuries, it was not guaranteed that they would not be infected. But even if they were infected, they could continue to wipe it with alcohol when they saw pus and blood. For example, the captive's intestines were another treatment. They heated a pot at the side and added salt based on their feelings. When the water was warm, they covered the captive's intestines, sucked, and sutured. The other captives were dumbfounded. Was this how the military forces of the Tang dynasty treated their injuries? How did he sew up such a big wound? What kind of cloth was wrapped around the outside? It looked very clean. Some people were groaning in pain, so they poured some warm water and some medicinal powder into their mouths. After a while, they stopped groaning. Good medicine. In fact, there were not many wounded soldiers of the Tang dynasty who groaned. In the past, when they were injured, they groaned because they thought they were going to die. Now that he believed that he could survive, he gritted his teeth and persevered. If he really couldn't, he would drink some anesthetic. One by one, soft stretchers made of folded canvas unfolded, placing the wounded and dead Tang dynasty soldiers who could not move on them. The dead, Tujia, had the captives dig holes and bury them. Others were chasing after them, so the team with the injured should rush back first. Only when they returned could they receive better medical treatment. Zhang Shaosong led his men to pursue and kill Su Lu's Tujuesher, which lasted all the way until nightfall before they finally returned. The Jidushi's men once again cleaned up the battlefield and brought back a large number of captives, horses, military equipment, and injured soldiers. Zhang Shaosong did not return. He lit a fire and set up a pot. Everyone ate a meal of cooked horse meat, restocked their supplies, and stayed in the area. Early the next morning, he led his men and set off again. This time they were going to fight Tubo. Tubo was delayed. He, who was used to long-distance raids, felt that he still had a chance. He was a forgotten man. After fighting Aduda, he was still a patrol officer. He did not have any patrol officers, but he did not do much work. When he fought Aduda, he organized more than 10,000 miscellaneous soldiers. Now he was leading elite cavalry. He felt that it was not worth it for him to go back and fight another one. Therefore, in history, it was clearly a war where both sides won and lost, but in the end he defeated and annihilated the enemy. The Jidushi wrote a battle report and sent it to Chang. He felt that he had made a great contribution. In Chang, and Li Yi was mobilizing resources to assist the front line. He still did not know what the people who were not captured by him had done. The people who dug the canal had been transferred over. The prisoners on death row and those who were going to be exiled were in charge of the most dangerous work. The others were thinking about their salaries and were happy. After building a ship, they immediately loaded it with things and transported it to the source of the Wei River. Then they transported it to the Yellow River by land. You spent a lot of money this time. How do you want compensation? Li Qingqi finished arranging the shipbuilding and ship modification and ran to the Li family zhuangzi. The 500,000 yuan that Li Yi left in Shu was gone. Shu had used a lot of manpower and material resources. He would only stop when he had spent the 500,000 yuan. At that time, the imperial court would be able to connect with the transportation from the Yellow River. Obviously, Li Yi had paid a lot of money to mobilize resources from Shu and other places. If it were someone else, they would not have so much money. They would not have given tens of thousands of yuan. Li Yi sat there and thought for a while. Then he shook his head and said, "It's meaningless. If I want money, it's nothing more than money from the imperial court. If I want land, it's too far away. I can't take care of it. If the capital government gives me land, I will still do it for the benefit of the people." Li Yi could not think of what he wanted. He only felt that expanding the territory of the Tang dynasty gave him a sense of achievement. The soldiers risked their lives, and he paid for it. Between countries, it was not as if others would not hit you just because you did not hit them. Take the Abbasid Caliphate, for example. If you don't believe in their religion, they will hit you until you believe in them. The Abbasid Caliphate on land was easy to fight. It would be easy to fight in the future. The most difficult thing was to trade with other countries. When the big fleet comes out, as Li Yi thought about it, his thoughts drifted to other things. He didn't even consider the actual compensation he would receive. Brother Yi! Li Qingqi had no choice but to call Li Yi back to reality. Tax exemption. Continue to be tax exempt. When the tax money is equal to the money I took out, I will pay the tax again. I have my own accounts. Li Yi casually said. He had many things that were exempt from tax. The bicycle and the business in the south of the city, the production of the place where the surrendered families were settled, and the advertisements in the newspapers. He might as well exempt them all and save the money himself. Good, tax exemption is good. Li Qingqi also felt that it was a good idea. Although the Li family zhuangzi was exempt from tax, they still had to pay a lot of taxes in other areas. However, it was likely that Baigo was having a hard time. Their financial income had decreased once again. It was equivalent to the Tang dynasty's imperial court paying the soldiers at the border in installments. The advantage was that there was no interest. After this year's cotton harvest, we still have to make a lot of military blankets and military coats. During winter, the source of the Yellow River is very cold. Li Yi talked about the arrangements after occupying Jiku. Jiku could be reclaimed this year for grazing. That place was most suitable for developing animal husbandry. It was not suitable for industry, and the third industry was not available. The people of the Tang dynasty would not go there to play, even if the scenery was beautiful. The more animals there were, the more beef and mutton the people of the Tang dynasty could eat. If it was the cattle, they could slowly come back. It was equivalent to the people buying farm vehicles at a cheaper price. Raising cattle was cheaper than raising horses. Ordinary people could not afford to raise horses. Chapter 959. I didn't expect cotton to be so useful. Li Qingqi still remembered that he was the one who got the cotton seeds. The rich people of the Tang dynasty raised cotton as flowers. They knew that white rice was made of cotton, but no one planted it. Firstly, they didn't know how to plant it. Secondly, they occupied the grain fields. Secondly, they were used to raising silkworms and planting hemp. Now, the people finally understood what cotton could be used for. Cotton was secondary. The most useful thing was to use cotton as a warm filler and to make cotton thread to sew clothes. Leather clothes were warm and had little leather. Clothes were expensive and made of military materials, especially the quilt. It's heavier than silk, but lighter than leather. It's warm. Li Qingqi mentioned the quilt. In summer, he also used a thin quilt. After this year's harvest, bring the cotton seeds to the northwest. Plant, harvest, and weave there. There are people there. Li Yi didn't want to promote cotton planting in the good lands of the Tang dynasty. Once it was released, people would definitely think that it was better to plant cotton instead of food prices. No matter how low the price of food was, the people had to plant it or other cash crops, excluding cotton. For example, sugar and oil from sugarcane, rape, and sesame. Will it delay the planting of food? Li Qingqi was worried that there would not be enough food if cotton was planted there. If there was a war there, the cost of transporting food would be high. Recruit people from other tribes and pay them a high price. Let them replenish their supplies. They will have free time when they are hurting. Li Yi had already prepared for this. The border of the Tang dynasty was chaotic. Some tribes were fence-sitters. They could betray or surrender at any time. The main reason was that their betrayal and surrender were forced by the situation. No matter what, they always lived their own way. It was just a matter of whether to fight or not. Some small tribes didn't want to fight. It was not worth it to die as cannon fodder. The Shatua tribe was one of the representatives. They were originally close to Tubo. Tubo asked them to fight against the Tang dynasty. When they saw that the situation was not good, they quickly ran away and surrendered to the Tang dynasty. Then they stayed in a corner and reproduced. In history, they reproduced and became a country. Others had destroyed them. If the tribes wanted to sincerely surrender, they must change their way of life. Livestock could continue to be raised, and there was land to grow crops. The income from crops was stable, and with land and houses, they did not need to rebel. There were also the various races in Li Yi's Mongolia. They ate meat, drank milk, drank tea, and drank wine brewed from milk all day long. They did not farm at all. Instead, they migrated to the Tang dynasty in exchange for tea leaves. Sometimes they would also exchange for some rice to cook and eat. It was unrealistic to expect them to settle down and stay in one place all day long. If he did not live with the people of the Tang dynasty, how could he have a sense of belonging? Big brother, farming together is the best way to promote ethnic integration. We can't continue to let them do as they wish. We must guide them. Li Yi mentioned the relationship between stability and ethnic integration. Otherwise, with their different living habits, the other party wouldn't have come over today. In the spring, they would take their livestock to a place hundreds of miles away and not return for many months. For those people, the place where they spent the winter was not their home. Their home was their tents and their loved ones. What if they don't want to? Li Qingqi felt that Li Yi's words made sense. However, just like how the people of the capital government planted greenhouses, no one planted them in the beginning. Even though the Li family Zhuangzi made a lot of money after planting, the people still watched. It was not until pilot projects were set up in various counties and the people really received income that others followed the trend. According to the method of the people of the capital government, if the seeds were collected and sent over this year, it would take several years. Li nodded. I've thought of it. Give them money and hire them to plant. Give them 20 coins a day and they'll be willing. Or we can use fermented tea and barbecue seasonings to exchange with them. Then we'll go and collect them. If the price is high, they'll think, can the things I plant be sold for so much money? Needless to say, they'll be willing to plant the second year. The price for the first 2 years will be higher. When more people plant the seeds, the price will naturally drop. However, there will still be a lot of profit. Li Yi used another method to deal with the people over there, which was to entice them. Once they planted the seeds and got used to it, they would feel that it was more stable. Even if the price was much lower in the future, they would still insist on it when they saw that it was easier to graze. If they could grow cotton, they would naturally try to grow vegetables to eat. How could the wild vegetables in the grassland outside be more delicious than vegetables that had been cultivated for many years? At least there were no cucumbers, cabbages, eggplants, cowpeas, and so on. Li Qingqi listened carefully and decided to tell his third brother later that it was beneficial to the rule of the Tang dynasty. The people of the capital government were working hard. The bean worms had come out. No, the moths had come out to lay eggs. At the same time, the newspaper reported the situation of the war. Su Lu had led the Turks in a rebellion and led the Abbasid Caliphate and Tubo to attack the Tang dynasty. However, the Tang dynasty also sent out troops and would definitely not let the enemy succeed. The soldiers at the front line were protecting the Tang dynasty from being bullied. Everyone should work hard to grow more food and send it to the soldiers at the front line. In the past, when there was a war at the border, the imperial court did not tell the people, so the people did not know. Only when the great Tang had won a battle and brought back news of the battle would the people be able to hear the good news while riding their horses and shouting. Now it had changed. The newspaper would say it in a very emotional way to cultivate the people's thoughts of supporting the army. When the bean worms came out, the people began to look forward to it and did not disturb it. When the bean worms laid eggs, they would raise them according to the method described in the newspaper. The people who grew grapes were also waiting for the moths in other people's bean fields to fly out and lay eggs. They could not let the bean worms eat all the grape leaves, but they could selectively raise some. The newspaper said that when growing grapes, they had to be sharpened, also known as rubbing the buds. When the fruit was ready, they had to pinch the sharpness and throw it into the mouth and eat it. It was sour. People did not eat it and used it to feed the bean worms. The bean worms said that it was the same as eating eggs. What we can do now is to watch. Before the moths lay eggs, don't drive them away or catch them. Even the moths can be eaten. Shaolan's Zhuangzi had 20 mu of soybean fields. Princess Yongmu did not go to Wentianlan Pavilion today. She was resting. After delivering the baby carriers, Wentianlan Pavilion opened for 2 days every 10 days. The people all knew about it. The more it was like this, the more noble Wentianlan Pavilion was. They did not need to open for business every day. Princess Yongmu had been living a happy life recently. She was free and did not need to stay in the palace. Sometimes she would teach the children in her Zhuangzi. Sometimes she would go to the shop. Sometimes she would run to the Li family Zhuangzi. She was not worried about earning money and treated life as a game. Other unmarried women would imagine what their future husband would be like. What if they married the wrong man? She did not think about it anymore. She knew who it was. Now, she taught the neighbors how to raise insects. The neighbors listened and asked, not afraid of being wrong. The neighbors already knew who this beautiful neighbor was. Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu's woman must have learned the true skills. She would not be bad. After the eggs are laid, when you can see the small insects, pluck the bean leaves to feed them. You have to pluck the leaves on the shady side. Plucking the leaves on the sunny side will affect the growth of the beans. Princess Yongmu continued with a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 960. In order to increase the number of bean worms raised, reduce the loss of soybean leaves, and reduce the yield of soybean, the cowpea leaves in the vegetable field, Princess Yongmu used cowpea leaves as a substitute to feed them. Now the cowpeas were about to be harvested. Batch after batch, the cowpeas climbed up the frame. Cowpeas had many leaves, and they were densely planted. When the small bean worms grew a little bigger, they could be moved to the basket and fed with a lot of cowpea leaves. When they became insects after the third stage, they would be fed on the bean sprouts. The loss of leaves would not reduce the yield of cowpeas. If the family did not have a bean field, they could even raise some bean worms themselves and feed the cowpea leaves. Raising a few thousand of them would cost a lot of money, including the green bean leaves. There were indeed some neighbors who did not have a field at home, and they were working as craftsmen. When they heard that they could raise them, they discussed with other neighbors that they would go to other people's cowpea fields to collect cowpea leaves and bean worm larvae. There were cowpeas in their yards, which could almost be used to raise the worms. When they grew up, they could give the other party 10% of the big worms. Raising worms did not necessarily mean selling them. Li Dongzhu said that eating them was good for the body, and they could be treated as meat. If the bean worms could not be finished in a short time, they could be buried in soil and eaten as they pleased. Compared to raising other eastern and western provinces, it was like raising silkworms. Mrs. Li Su Lu is attacking. Can the imperial court win this time? After Princess Yongmu finished explaining how to raise beanworms, someone asked about the war. Princess Yongmu blinked and said with certainty, "Yes, our Tang dynasty also sent troops to attack Tubo. It was not mentioned in the newspaper, for fear that Tubo's envoys would report it." She estimated that even if Tubo's envoys knew about it now, it would be too late to send a letter. Tubo's envoys could not change horses at the post station. They could only be allowed to rest at the post station and then sell them fodder. "Mrs. Li, is there enough fodder for the war?" Another person was thinking about the issue of food for the soldiers. "Enough. Li Lang sent a lot of things last year and this year at the beginning of spring. He also gave 500,000 yuan to the Shu Salt Gang. The Shu Salt Gang will find people to raise the supplies." Princess Yongmu mentioned another crucial thing. She was not worried that the Tang dynasty would lose the war. The surrounding neighbors heaved a sigh of relief, completely relieved. It turned out that Li Dongzhu had already made the arrangements, and even gave him 500,000 yuan. Li Dongzhu was indeed worried about the country and the people. Moreover, Li Dongzhu was really rich. He could take 500,000 yuan just like that. At this time, the commoners did not keep it a secret, nor did they think about keeping it a secret. They told the good news to others. That night, Tubo's envoy, Bobo, fell ill in the Honglu temple. The imperial physician went to take a look at him and said that he was suffering from excessive internal heat, which was caused by his anxiety. There was no danger to his life, and he was prescribed some medicine. When the medicine was ready, Aisinba personally carried it to Buju's bed. "Drink the medicine. You can't fall down. We have to stay alive." Aisinba didn't feed Buju. Buju had already sat up with several blisters on his lips. There were even more bubbles in his mouth. He had suffered a blow that he should not have. The Tang dynasty had secretly sent troops without any information. What was even more frightening was that Li Yi had given a large amount of money to Shu County in advance. How much baggage could such a large amount of money provide? How big of a war was the Tang dynasty going to wage? Now they only knew that the Tang dynasty's troops had gone out, but they didn't know where they were going to fight. Why didn't they send the intelligence report? Would they be able to send it in time? Tubo had followed Su Lu to fight Huge Stone City and other places. Would the rear be empty? Questions appeared in Buju's mind one after another. He felt that it was difficult to breathe. He picked up the bowl and blew on it to test the temperature. He raised his head and drank it. He felt as if his stomach was overturning and his mouth was full of bitterness. "Did you find out which army was sent out?" Buju endured the discomfort of wanting to vomit and asked in a very soft voice. Aisinba shook his head. "Those who can ask don't know. The prime ministers probably know, but they can't ask." "What about the envoy of the Japanese Empire?" Buju asked again about the plan to sow discord. During this period of time when he was sick, he thought that a miracle would happen. Aisinba still shook his head. "The envoy of the Japanese Empire said that they know we're at war with the Tang dynasty, so they won't get involved." Aisinba felt helpless after saying that. The envoy of the Japanese Empire was not stupid. Why did the people of Tubo come here to speak ill of Li Yi? It's just that Li Yi has made hot air balloons and big kites that can carry people. You're afraid that Li Yi will continue to come up with new things, so you want to kill him with a borrowed knife? Alas! Buju sighed. Then his stomach churned and he vomited a pile of medicine that he had just drunk. Aisinba hurriedly took it. Buju coughed. I'm fine. I'm not feeling well. Give me another bowl." When the other envoys in the other courtyards learned about the situation, besides some pity, some gloated. After all, their territories were not at war with the Tang dynasty, so the Tang dynasty would not send troops. On the other hand, the Turkic envoys were more worried. The Tang dynasty had sent troops too quickly this time. As soon as Su Lu made a move, they followed suit. Logically speaking, the troops should be sent to fight Su Lu's Turkic army, not Tubo. This showed that the Tang dynasty had the confidence to defeat Su Lu's allied army and had enough troops to take the initiative to attack. It seemed very sudden, but the Tang dynasty dealt with it calmly. More importantly, Li Yi had sent 500,000 yuan over. Li Yi is indeed Tubo's biggest problem. He has schemed against Tubo and the Turkic people time and time again. In the Four Quarters Embassy, the envoy of the Japanese Empire, who had also received the news of the Tang dynasty and Boju's illness, were talking about this matter. Takagi Junichiro had already told his colleagues about Li Yi's situation. Li Yi had done a lot of things to deal with the border. This included the surrender of the Khitans. Li Yi is rich. How can he make so much money? Shimoto Shinbei thought that the emperor was rich enough and that most places in Japan had to pay rent to the emperor. Now he understood that the emperor was not good enough. The emperor could not afford to throw away millions of yuan. In all of Japan, no matter what they did, no one could compare to Li Yi. Li family Zhuangzi was still so big. He raised hundreds of villagers, thousands of students' families, and managed more than 10,000 outsiders. There was also the matter of the Zhang family's village. Nearly 12,000 southwest barbarian captives and more than 220,000 Tiela, 10 clans, surrendered. Li Yi found jobs for the people of the capital. Hunan province is also affected. The provinces to the north of the capital are also affected. This person, Fujiwara Mayang, could not find the words to describe Li Yi. He was simply inhuman. More importantly, Li Yi was not even 20 years old. He could still live for a long time. Years after years, what would the Tang dynasty be like? Japan wanted to learn from the Tang dynasty, but why did it feel like it was impossible? It seemed that they could have everything except for Li Yi. Abita Nakamaro said, "Why don't we find a chance to meet Li Yi and ask him what he thinks of Japan? If he is hostile, there is no need for Tubo to sow discord. We will fight to the death." He stopped. Everyone knew what he meant. Chapter 961. Have a cup of tea before you go. It's a long way. Why don't you take a boat and go with the flow? By the river in Lontian County, Zhang Sun Exayan was greeting passers-by. It had been 9 days since Boxia fell, and the weather was getting hotter by the day. After the winter wheat was harvested last year, Zhang Sun Exayan bought a lot of it and hired people to peel and grind it into powder. He also made black bread and sold it for a coin. He didn't want to go back to the court. What was the point of it? It didn't make money. His position as patrol inspector could not be taken away by others. He bought 3 neighboring villas in Lontian County and connected them. Later on, he bought land from the government. He continued to build houses and courtyards. This way, the area was bigger. There were fake mountains, small lakes, and pavilions in his house. His family started several businesses. There were textiles, embroidery, sweaters, and farming. His wife bought some barren land and treated it according to the methods taught in the newspaper. With a test paper, he knew whether the land was alkaline or acidic and what was suitable for planting. The capital office didn't have much saline land. He bought a few hundred mu of saline land. The saline level wasn't high. After soaking it in water, he planted dandelions. Dandelion roots were medicinal herbs. Dandelion leaves could be eaten. The leaves were used to make free soup. It was better than tea leaves and mung bean water. The local people said that the soup was delicious. There were meat bones in it. Zhang Sun Exayan's wife discussed the meat bones with the butchers in the county. They only wanted big bones with a little meat. The price was cheap. After boiling the free soup for others, the bones were soft. They were crushed into powder and fed to the poultry. The entire Zhang Sun family realized industrialization and scale. Now that the people came to peel, they left him some extra bran. His position as patrol envoy couldn't control people. He didn't care. He stood guard and talked to the passers-by. The passers-by were obviously outsiders. They were different from the people in the capital office. How much? The older one of the 3 asked. We don't want money. You came from there. Didn't you drink free soup or water on the way? Zhang Sun Exayan was surprised. He was in the north of Lantian County. They came from the south, passing through the village and the county. They didn't drink water. From their accent, it seemed they were from Lingnan, Zhang Jiuling's hometown. No, how could Zhang Jiuling's fellow countrymen not know the rules of the capital office? You really don't want money? A young man in his 20s asked. His lips were a little chapped, obviously dehydrated. Zhang Sun Xian nodded her head. She looked at him carefully and smiled. Is it a father who brought his children to the capital? Going to Chang'an? Have some soup. I'll give you some black bread. Yes, I'm from Luzhou. The woman was not surprised that Lu Zhou recognized her. Even though she felt that her acting was very convincing, in reality, she was always recognized by others along the way. It's so far away. You must have suffered a lot. Sit, don't be afraid. This official is Inspector Zhang Sun Xian. Everyone knows that, right? Zhang Sun Xian invited the three of them to sit down. He was afraid that they would die of thirst or starvation. It was agreed that the capital magistrate would not allow such a thing to happen. It was Li Yi's will, even after the construction of the 10-li relay station was completed, as long as one walked along the line of the relay station. One would not die of thirst or hunger. As for not following the route of the relay station, why? Instead of taking the official road, he wanted to pave the mountain road himself? 3 bowls of soup were served first. The three of them blew on the soup and drank it slowly. They knew they could not rush the soup. Tell the madam if there are any wontons in the house. Bring 100 of them here. When Zhang Sun Xian heard that they were from Luzhou, he did not want to give them the black bread anymore. His servant scurried away. The three of them had just finished half a bowl of soup when the servant returned on his horse. I've frozen the ones I made the day before yesterday. 100 large wontons with bone meat and scallion fillings, the servant said. Zhang Sun Xian shook his head. The madam always likes to freeze things with the ice stored in the winter. It's a waste. Put them in the pot. He knew what bone meat and scallion was. There was some meat on the big bones he bought, and he shaved some off. It should be called minced meat. He dug an ice cellar in his house that was used to freeze things. Unlike other ice cellars, this ice cellar could store things. His wife always put some things in the ice cellar to freeze. She said she could make more at a time, so they did not have to make more when they were eating. It would be fine even if the food was frozen for 10 days to half a month. Doing accounts saved time. Unless they were selling ice, they might as well freeze things. After the 100 wontons were thrown into the pot, Zhang Sun Xian asked the three of them to pour away the unfinished soup. Did you come all the way to the capital to look for work? Did you run away because you can't pay the rent? Zhang Sun Xian asked. No, we're here to ask the court to open a department of shipping. They opened one in Guangzhou and everyone went there. No one from Luzhou went there. The woman was unhappy. We're not running away and we don't pay the rent. Do you know who you're looking for? Don't tell me you want to see His Majesty. It's not easy. Zhang Sun Xian smiled. Do you think you can find him just because you want to? You can only go to the yamen, such as Wanyan County. Will the court officials see you? You've seen him. The woman was not convinced. Zhang Sun Xian nodded. You can tell. Apart from being an inspector, I'm also the Minister of Imperial Clothing. I can walk around the imperial city. I don't believe it. The woman was doubtful that the person she met on the side of the road was an inspector and a Minister of Imperial Clothing. What was a Minister of Imperial Clothing? Could he meet the Emperor? What's there to not believe? Everyone, say something, Zhang Sun Xian said to the commoners beside him. Everyone laughed and nodded one after another to show that Zhang Sun Xian was right. Miss, Inspector Zhang Sun is indeed the Minister of Imperial Clothing. The Minister of Imperial Clothing is in charge of His Majesty's clothes and table. Inspector Zhang Sun can't go back now, but he hasn't been demoted. He's still an inspector. If you want to see His Majesty, the only one who can help you now is Inspector Zhang Sun. The commoners helped to speak up. That's right. Everyone knew about this. They also knew that Inspector Zhang Sun tried to use the Qinggong step bed to go back, but he did not succeed. The wontons are ready. Bring a big bowl, the servant called out. The big bowl was brought over. The servant filled it with wontons. They were big, and there were 33 wontons in each bowl. There was an extra one placed on a plate in front of Zhang Sun Xen. Zhang Sun Xen picked it up with his chopsticks and blew on it. He took a bite and blew on it again. Only then did he finish half of it. He was worried that the others would be afraid when he gave them wontons, so he ate one first. Inspector, you don't have to do this. The older person understood and cupped his fist. Eat it. I know you can eat on the way. Zhang Sun Xen nodded and ate the other half. Such a big wonton. If it was a normal person from Li Yi's time, 10 wontons would be full, except for those working at the construction site. The 3 of them didn't stand on ceremony and ate with the soup. They basically ate 1 wonton in one bite. It didn't take long for them to finish the soup. From the looks of it, they could eat another bowl. You can't eat too much at once. I don't lack a few wontons. Zhang Sun Xan said to the girl because the girl's eyes showed that she hadn't eaten enough. It's better than boiled rice. The girl praised. The boiled rice she was talking about was rice from rice. After it was boiled and dried, it could be stored for a long time. When they came out, they brought this kind of rice. When they were hungry, they would find half a bowl of water in the river and soak the rice in it. They just needed to add some salt. Chapter 962. Take the boat over and get off at the Li family zhuangzi. Tell Li Yi that if you want to eat wontons, Li Yi will make them for you. Zhang Sun Xan began to look for a job for Li Yi. He had a wicked sense of humor. Lu Zhou's people want to open a department of shipping. Are you going to open one? Lu Zhou has a provincial governor as well. Let's see what you can do. We're not going to other people's zhuangzi. We're looking for someone who can manage things. The young man looked at Zhang Sun Xan and said, he hoped that this official who had met His Majesty could help. Zhang Sun Xan nodded. Li Yi is the right person. If he says he can, Lu Zhou can open a department of shipping. If he doesn't agree, you can give up. The people at the side immediately chimed in. That's right. Let's look for Li Dongzhu. His words are useful. Even the Grand Chancellor is going to the Li family zhuangzi to ask about politics. Opening a department of shipping isn't a trivial matter. Go. Li Dongzhu is easy to talk to. Don't ask for wontons when you reach the Li family zhuangzi. Go to the cafeteria. There are many dishes there. The people chimed in one after another. They agreed that Inspector Zhang Sun was right. Which Li Yi or Li Dongzhu? The old man looked and listened. He seemed to have thought of something. There's only one person in the capital who dares to talk about Li Dongzhu, the page boy said. Ba Shui Li Dongzhu? The one who gave money to repair May Pass? The old man asked. Yes. Zhang Jiling was the one who repaired it. He didn't want to be an official anymore. It was Li Yi who sent people to give him money. That money is more than my family. Zhang Sun Xan felt depressed as he spoke. He had worked hard to earn money, but he felt the gap between him and Li Yi was wider. A few days ago, Li Yi gave Shu country 500,000 taels to support the front lines. How many years would it take him to earn 500,000 taels? All right, let's go look for Li Dongzhu. Who will we look for when we get there? The older man was relieved. The news had already spread among the people over there. There was a river next to Chang and called Ba Shui. To the east of Ba Shui, there was a zhuangzi called Li family zhuangzi. Zhuangzi's Dongzhu gave a lot of money to build roads. There's no need to look for it. Just shout and someone will ask. Zhang Sun Xan was very happy. She felt that she had given Li Yi a little trouble. Okay, thank you very much. We will remember this meal. The older man stood up and walked along the river with his children. Hey, don't walk. Take the boat. Oh, pay the boat fare. Zhang Sun Xan ordered the servant. He realized that the other party should have no money. The manservant led the three of them to the dock at the side. There was a boat that was not full and was waiting. The manservant handed over 5 coins and said, "Since it's going with the flow, it's not tiring. It's fine if the locals pay 1 coin each, but the outsiders charge 2 coins per person. I'll give you a discount for the 3 of us." The boatman tossed the 5 coins onto the shore and started the boat. The 3 people from Zhou looked at the boatman. They did not understand why the boatman did not charge them. Why doesn't he want the money? The woman could not figure it out. "You're sent by Inspector Zhang's son. He doesn't want money. We've eaten a lot of his salted vegetables and bread. He doesn't want money for a few slices of bread." The boatman gave a reason. There was no love or hate for no reason. Also, the soup is free. The woman thought the soup was delicious. Soup? It doesn't matter. There's free soup everywhere. The boatman did not include the soup. Is it really free? The woman looked regretful. When they arrived at the village in Lantian County, they saw free soup at the entrance of the village. However, they did not believe it. They continued walking and saw many places that offered free soup. They still did not believe it. Now they understood that it was not a lie. If they had known this would happen, they would have soaked the rice they brought with them. They traveled with the flow. In half a day, they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi's place. The people on the boat disembarked. This was the terminal. The 3 of them went ashore and asked around. After finding out the location, they went to the bridgehead. "Is there anyone from the Li family Zhuangzi?" "The 3 of us came from Luzhou. We have something to discuss with Li Dongzhu," the older man shouted. Swoosh! Many people looked at the 3 of them. Swoosh! Many people looked at the farmer. "I am the farmer who harvested wormwood," and T walked over. "We want to see Li Dongzhu." The older man knew he had found the right person. The farmer sized up the 3 of them and asked, "Do you have a household register and a public inspection?" The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. No, they did not. "What are your names?" The farmer was more patient. "Tan Qin Shirda Tan Hai Tan Shui." The older man directly said the names of the 3 of them. The farmer recalled the knowledge Dongzhu had taught him and asked again, "Lu Zhou, the leader of the great mountain people tribe." "How do you know?" The woman, Tan Shui, was curious. How did the farmer know about them just by saying their names? "Lu Zhou has no household register. Women have to carry their surnames and given names. You can't do this unless you're from a great tribe. Moreover, the 3 of you can speak in official language." The farmer's way of judging was taught by Dongzhu. The Li family Zhuangzi is indeed powerful. Tan Shi heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought the rumors of Li Yi and Li Dongzhu were fake. He did not expect a random farmer to be so powerful. He lived up to his reputation. "Then, can we see Li Dongzhu?" The woman was anxious. She was hungry again. She had not eaten anything for a long time, and her digestion was fast. Moreover, wontons were not filling. "I'll inform him." The farmer did not give a definite answer. He turned around and ran away. The 3 of them waited as they sized up their surroundings. This was the market. However, no outsiders crossed the bridge. The clothes that could cross the bridge had a unique symbol on them. There were tents nearby. The non-commissioned officer was standing guard at the bridgehead. There were a few big pots nearby. Soup was boiling in the pots. When the wind blew, they could smell the fragrance of meat. Sure enough, free soup can be found everywhere in the capital office. Tenhai was envious. He was from a large tribe and was more knowledgeable than the average person. He knew what it meant to have so many free soups in this place. The commoners could drink it any time and anywhere. They would not starve to death. Of course, when outsiders came to the territory of his tribe, they would say that they were hungry. The tribe would also bring food and drinks back. However, the 2 were different. One was to ask for help, while the other was to be readily available. This showed that there were many rich people in the capital office and many people who did good deeds. Stealing in the capital office, you can't find a reason to say that you are hungry. Tensher thought of something. Normally, if you were caught stealing food, you would not be beaten. The other party was hungry. Now, there were free soups. There was oil in the soup and vegetable leaves. You would not starve to death. No one would believe you if you said that you were hungry. On the other side, the farmer ran back and found Li Yi. Dong Zhu, there are 3 people outside, he explained the situation without adding any personal thoughts. Tao Hong, go. Li Yi turned to look at Tao Hong. Tao Hong followed the farmer. She knew what she had to do. Search the woman. What if the 3 of them wanted to assassinate her? How dangerous would that be? Although it was a search, it was actually to take the 3 of them to the bathtub to bathe and change their clothes. When they were done, the 3 of them saw Li Yi. They saw him in the canteen. The 3 of them were instructed to get food first. There were dozens of dishes. Even the people from the big clans were dazzled by the sight. How could the villagers of a village eat so much food? The key was that they had never seen it before. What kind of dishes were they? How did they cook? They looked at the farmer and learned how to scoop. They scooped up a portion and went to Li Yi. If Tao Hong did not say that they could scoop more after they finished eating, they would have piled the food on their plates into a small mountain. Chapter 963. The 3 of them sat down. Someone stood behind them. Li Yi had a casserole pot of mutton and radish in front of him. The main dish was a fried flatbread the size of a plate. It was dry fried without adding any oil. He realized he had grown taller recently. His nutritional requirements were high, but he did not gain any weight. He had to replenish his body. He ate mutton for nourishment, but he was worried he would get angry, so he added radish. He ate flatbread because it digested quickly. When he felt full, his body would be digested quickly. Most importantly, the soup was the first to be absorbed. I heard you're planning to set up a shipping agency in Luzhou. Didn't you go to Provincial Governor Liu? Li Yi drank some soup to warm his stomach. He said it's none of his business. Indeed, he can't do anything unless we rebel. The woman was dressed in women's clothing. She looked quite pretty. We don't pay rent. If there's work to be done, we'll see if it's busy. If it's not busy, we'll cooperate with the authorities. We've already paid the tribute to His Majesty. The man Tan Hai explained Lu Zhou's situation. Provincial Governor Lu Zhou had too little power. He could not control the mountain people. Although they were mountain people, they were tribes. The large tribes with the surname Tan could mobilize tens of thousands of people. If they did not rebel, they would be good citizens. What was the point of paying rent? He did not even have enough to eat. Do the locals have anything to trade with barbarians? Li Yi approved of setting up a shipping agency. Lu Zhou was by the sea. There were many mountains here, and the rivers were not connected. The roads were too difficult to travel. How were they going to transport goods if they set up a shipping agency? Were they going to travel by sea from Luzhou? What was the difference between that and Guangzhou? Yes, we have things to trade as well. If we're allowed to set up a shipping agency, we'll build our own roads, Tenshita promised. He knew how difficult it was to transport goods. However, if they could earn money, they could build roads together. There were very few relay stations now. There was only one for dozens of miles. If something happened, Provincial Governor Liu Zhou would need more than a month to send news to Chang, and if there was a heavy rain, it might take 2 to 3 months. If other places could build roads, they could build roads in their own places. It all depended on whether they had enough money. Li Yi gestured for them to eat. He spoke as they ate. He could save them if they choked. What's this? It's delicious. The woman was eating shredded pork with garlic sauce. Shredded pork with garlic sauce, Li Yi said. There's no fish. Is this fish meat? The woman was puzzled. She picked up the shredded meat with her chopsticks. Fish-flavored shredded meat, Li Yi explained. There's no smell of fish, the woman said seriously. Her family was in Luzhou, and she had eaten many fishes. That's because the pickled pepper wasn't made well. Small rice peppers aren't very suitable to be made. Also, you guys eat sea fish. This one usually tastes like river fish. Li Yi knew the reason. The taste of the ingredients was different from that of other places. No matter how they prepared the fish-flavored shredded pork, the people of Guangdong and Guangxi did not feel that the fish-flavored taste was right. The woman seemed to accept this explanation and nodded. That's delicious too. Li Yi ate a mouthful of mutton and swallowed it. He said to Tan Shida, "How many people can you organize to repair the road? If you have more than 100,000 people, you'll be able to open up the Department of Shipping." Tan sure frowned. "My tribe has more than 12,000 people. We can find the other 2 tribes nearby, which would add up to 30,000 people. It won't be easy to find more." He was troubled. They were still far from 100,000 people. He could only mobilize so many people. Li Yi felt sorry for Provincial Governor Lu Zhou. Just look at how powerful the mountain people were. They could easily mobilize 30,000 people. Provincial Governor Lu Zhou would have to coax them. The mountain people in these places were not ordinary. Back then, even the locals dared to overturn the law enforcement chariots. The local families were powerful, but they did not have 30,000 people. "I have a pill that treats malaria. Do you accept the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons?" Li Yi tried to think of a solution. If there were fewer people, the speed of repairing the road would be slower. The barbarian merchants were unwilling to trade with Lu Zhou. If there were more people, they would be able to repair a road in no time. The road was not a highway, national highway, or provincial highway. It was a walkable road. The surface would not be muddy and would be paved with gravel. There could be steps and slopes. If it was too steep, they would have to dig up the mountain. When Tan Shi heard this, he knew Li Yi was helping. He was using the malaria medicine to search for people. At the same time, Li Yi was willing to pay for it. He hastily said, "I've seen it before, but I've never used it. Give it to us. We'll accept it. We're willing to spend it like it's money." "What other difficulties do you have?" Li Yi had resolved the matter of gathering people. At the same time, he gave Tan Shi more authority. Initially, Tan Shi could only mobilize 30,000 people. However, with the malaria severance pill and money, he would have the right to speak. "Tools for work. We don't have much iron, and we still use wood to plow the land." The woman did not think she was asking for too much. She was only thinking about how to get to work faster. Li nodded. "Pick, shovel, drill, hammer, chisel, and thin iron rod. I'll give them to you. Anything else?" The woman widened her eyes and looked at Li Yi. You're that rich? Aren't you afraid that we'll cheat you?" "Even if we cheat you, we'll just take them to help you live a better life. Are you going to throw them into the sea?" Li Yi smiled. What could he cheat them of? He would not repair the road and distribute the tools for them to use. With the tools, their quality of life would improve. There was no problem. "Aren't you afraid that we'll turn the tools into weapons and rebel?" A hint of slyness flashed in the woman's eyes. "After this meal, I'll bring you to see His Majesty's private army, the Winged Knights. I know you're good at fighting in the mountains and forests. Help me evaluate the Winged Knights fighting in the forests. If you think they're good enough, I can bring the Winged Knights over to help you if you need anything." Li Yi knew the situation on Lu Zhou's side. These 3 people were considered tall, but they were not more than 7 meters tall. They were shorter than him. Most of them were more than 5 meters tall, just like the average height in the Japanese Empire. Although they were short, their combat strength was not good. During the Ming Dynasty, there were Guangxi wolf soldiers. No matter how powerful the wolf soldiers were, could they compare to the special forces? If the locals really used the tools he provided to turn them into weapons and rebel, he would have to do it himself. "Are they powerful?" The woman was slightly unconvinced. "They eat meat every day. They can eat as much as they want," Li Yi said from another perspective. "That means they're strong, right?" The woman seemed to understand. She liked to eat meat as well, but sometimes she could not eat it. Although she was the daughter of the chief could not ignore others. If he did not catch fish, he would be satisfied with meat soup if he caught something to eat in the forest. As she spoke, she thought of the 1,000 bull guards she saw at the bridgehead. They were all tall and strong. They seemed like they could fight. Hence, she asked, can the winged knights defeat the 1,000 bull guards? They might not be able to fight barehanded. The 16 guards are training hard now. They're still not good at comprehensive combat. Li Yi thought about it and gave a pertinent answer. If it were the 16 guards in the past, the winged knights would be able to crush them. The 16 guards knew they had to train. They had a good foundation, especially the 1,000 bull guards who were tall and strong. They had been training seriously for almost 2 years. They were not on the same level as the shorter winged knights. The winged knights were too short. They would not be able to defeat the 1,000 bull guards in barehanded combat. However, when it came to bows and crossbows, those with short statures who could be chosen as featherwood flying cavalry were almost all divine archers. They did not rely on aiming when they shot arrows. They relied on their instincts. When it came to guns, their instincts were even stronger. For example, Guazi was given a sniper rifle. Chapter 964. Everyone continued eating. Li Yi ate slowly while the 3 of them ate quickly. After they finished eating, they went to get more. Their appetite was indeed huge. It seemed like they were tired from traveling. When they were full, the 3 of them looked satisfied. Li Yi sent someone to arrange for them to rest. After all, they had to sleep and eat in the open. If they did not rest well, they would fall sick. Li Yi checked. Luzhou was a small place at the entrance of Qinzhou Bay. In Guangxi's Qinzhou Wuleiling, there were 494 households and 2,674 households. The numbers were not accurate. It was written by the people of the future. Nobody knew which period they were referring to. Clearly, the numbers did not include the mountain people. The mountain people did not have a household register. The local tributes were silver, hawksbill turtle, sassafras, jade feather, and beetle incense. Guangxi had silver. The hawksbill turtle was a turtle-like creature in the sea turtle family. Sassafras could not be found by normal means. However, sassafras meant incense. The jade feather referred to jade feathergrass, a medicinal herb. Beetle incense was a snail, a medicinal herb. Li Yi analyzed the situation. The local sassafras referred to fragrant bark. Guangxi had fragrant bark trees and medicinal herbs. He understood now. Apart from silver, everything else was medicinal herbs. Which mine did Lu Zhou get his silver from? It was not from the Fenghuang Mountain silver mine. The Fenghuang Mountain silver mine was in Long'an County. It could only be from the Zhongsu silver mine in Bobai County. If there were any scattered silver in the area, it would be collected as tributes. I don't think there are any silver veins in the area. If we want to develop, we need someone who's willing to go and point out the veins. Li Yi was thinking about how to make the locals willing to build roads. Sea trade alone was not enough. There were many mines in Guangxi such as bauxite, lead, zinc, tin, tungsten, manganese, antimony, gold, copper, and coal. As long as they could point out the good stuff, the locals know outsiders would be willing to help build roads. Naturally, there might be people who wanted to send the goods to the beach and transport them by sea. However, the mountain people would not agree. It was not easy to find something valuable, and they wanted to use it to build roads. What was the point of using the sea route? The quality of the coal mine is good, but we'll have to build a well. It's dangerous and slow. Let's burn charcoal in the short term. Transporting coal is fine. But where should we transport the coal from? Guangzhou? Is there any coal mines in Guangzhou? There are coal mines in Fujian. Li Yi hesitated. All the coal mines in Fujian had to be drilled. Why not do it in Guangxi? Furthermore, the quality of Fujian's coal was far inferior to Guangxi's. Fujian belonged to the east of Jiangnan and was a coastal area. The lives of the people in the coastal areas of the Tang dynasty did not seem to be very good. Hangzhou, Yangzhou, and Suzhou were not bad because they had canals. How about we transport the coal from the coal mines around the iron mine on Mount Ma, Anshan, and then take the Yangtze River to the sea? Li Yi thought of a place. The people from the Tang dynasty's inspection team had gone there, but they did not know what was going on. Li Yi knew where the largest open-pit mine was. Hadong Road, Shuo Province. There was a lot of coal in Antaibo's open-pit coal mine back then, but it was too close to the outside, so it was not suitable to take it out now. In fact, there were people in the area who were digging and picking up some coal to burn. There were many coal mines in Hadong Road, and there were also many open-pit mines. While Li Yi was considering how to motivate others to build roads, Tan Shida's family of 3 strolled around Zhuangzi. The Li family's Zhuangzi was clearly better than their stronghold and their main stronghold. The ground was made of cement, the ditches were filled with cement, and the water from the imperial plantation was still flowing. There were even small fish in the water. There was no debris on the road. There were livestock moving in and out, but no feces were left behind. The clothes of the villagers were clean and tidy. Those who wore dirty and old clothes went to the workshop area. Father, the people in the capital office are richer than us. Tan Shui touched the new clothes he was wearing. Looking at the appearance of the manor, he could tell. Of course, the place where the emperor lives is better than where we live. If we don't come here ourselves, nobody will care about Lu Zhou, Tan Hai complained. He complained about the provincial governor Lu Zhou. He did not care about any work. Whenever an order was sent to the stronghold, he would definitely send people to work. Also, when it was time to pay tribute, those who were registered in Lu Zhou's household could not gather so many things. In the end, the stronghold had to pay for it. He did not know how much it was, but it felt like it was getting more and more every year. He heard that the government paid for it, but Lu Zhou's yamen did not pay. Fortunately, he did not have to pay rent as well. They were even now. The woman saw a merry-go-round. Some kindergarten children were playing there instead of attending classes in the afternoon. Some of the children were blowing bubbles. A breeze blew, and a group of bubbles flew to the woman. She reached out to catch them, and they exploded in her hand. Father, there's a river in the stronghold. We should build one when we get back. How should we build one? The woman looked at the merry-go-round and wanted to play as well. Tan Hai glanced at them and said to his father, Father, should we give the things to Li Dongzhu? The things he was referring to were the silver taels that the 3 of them had brought along. They could not bear to spend them along the way. They carried the rice on their backs and looked for water to drink. The silver taels were used to bribe people. They wondered who the officials in the imperial court were looking for to use the silver taels to pave the way. I'll give it to you during dinner. Let's see if we can settle the matter. Tan Shida was not sure if Li Yi was just making a casual remark or if he was truly willing to help. The 3 of them went on a merry-go-round before they went back to sleep. They only woke up when the sky turned dark. Their bodies were sore. They had been worried throughout the journey. Once they relaxed, fatigue overtook them. When the 3 of them came out, they were brought to the small bathing pool. The father and son shared one pool, while the other pool was occupied by Tao Hong and Tan Shui. The water was taken from the hot springs of Mount Li. The bamboo tubes were cut open, and sections were placed on top of each other. The water was poured from the top of Mount Li, and eventually flowed to Zhuangzi to save time. It was then heated up to help the body recover. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that the 3 of them changed their clothes to eat. Li Yi was waiting for them. He was hungry, so Li Yi ate some dried fruits and preserved fruits in advance. That night, Li treated them to hot pot. It was a clear pot of duck soup with mutton and vegetables as the main ingredients. There was no spicy food. Li did not know if they ate spicy food. Based on the geographical location of the other party, they should not have eaten spicy food. The 3 of them went to retrieve their bags and brought them over. They sat down and looked at each other. They opened their bags and took things out. Dong! Crash! A pile of silver objects of different sizes and shapes fell onto the table. Li Yi was surprised. What's going on? Pay for the meal? Li Dongzhu, about the road construction. Tan Shida pointed at the silver and said. Li Yi was so angry that he laughed. Haha, you're bribing me with money to build the road? Do you know how much money I have to spend to provide you with the tools? How much can the malaria prevention pills be sold for? How much do you need to spend to hire people? I'll exchange the silver for coupons. It's convenient for you to carry them around. You don't have to give them to me. Gu Yan came over and put the silver in his clothes. He weighed it and exchanged it for the coupons. I feel that this matter needs to go through the imperial court. Li Dongzhu, you don't want money. What about the officials in the imperial court? Tan Shida was a little embarrassed. They don't want it either. I've already fed them well. If they want money from outside, humph. Li Yi snorted as he spoke. He had always given the officials all kinds of benefits. He would give them whatever they needed, even to the emperor. If the officials were not honest enough, he would get rid of them. Chapter 965. The three of them were stunned by Li Yi's words. They looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. You think you can control other officials? You're an imperial censor? The only thing Tan Shui knew was an imperial censor. I'm the Guanglu physician, the deputy captain of the army. I'm skilled in both civil and military matters. Li Yi puffed out his chest. The palace maids and eunuchs quickly lowered their heads and pinched their noses. They were afraid they would laugh out loud. One of them was a civil official, rank 2, and the other was a military official, rank 9. How could they be used to brag? Tan Shui did not know the secret. She was impressed by the two officials. One of them was a civil official, and the other was a military official. Then, do you know how much we should pay as tribute? We're getting more and more as the years go by. Tan Shui recalled something. She felt something was amiss. A province's tribute can't exceed 50 rolls of silk. At the same time the government will buy them, Li Yi answered. That provincial governor is called Pang Rinqing, Tan Hai reminded her. Yes, Pang Rinqing. Before we left, he said, he'd distribute the items to our villages. Our large village has about 30 rolls of silk. Tan Shui knew how to calculate this. The provincial capital collected the money and asked the villages to pay. In total, there were more than 200 rolls of silk. Moreover, the government did not pay them and took them for free. Very good. Good job, Pang Rinqing. Let's do it this way. The villagers will suffer. When the time comes, they'll support him as the provincial governor and the Tang dynasty. Li Yi nodded and praised Provincial Governor Lu Zhou. There was nothing wrong with bullying the minorities. When the time came and the minorities were scared, they would not rebel. Tan Shui felt gloomy. She knew Li Yi was being sarcastic. What could she do? After breakfast tomorrow, I'll have someone bring all of you to the Government Affairs Hall. You can talk to the chancellors about the road and the things I want. You can also mention this to them. Li Yi gestured for them to eat hot pot. The mutton rolls would be melted soon. Oh, Tan Shui thought Li Yi would say he would take care of it. She did not expect him to look for someone else. Tan Shida and Tan Hai were not as clueless as she was. How could Li Dongzhu bring someone to the Government Affairs Hall to meet the chancellors? Thinking of this, everyone ate together. The palace maids and eunuchs ate the Mandarin duck hot pot. Some of them didn't want to eat spicy food. Li Yi told the three of them to eat less. If they ate too much, their stomachs would be uncomfortable at night. The more they ate, the hungrier they would be in the morning, and it would be easy for them to have acid reflux. While they were eating, a group of 20 riders was running. The sky was dark, and the moon was in the last quarter of the moon, and had not yet risen. The horses were not very fast. They held torches to illuminate the road, and the road was smooth. At this moment, they were about to reach the last courier station before entering Chang. Seeing the light in front of them, the riders shouted in a hoarse voice, "Great victory for the Anqi Protectorate! Great victory for the Anqi Protectorate!" More than 29,000 enemies were killed, more than 17,000 prisoners were captured, and countless horses were captured. When the night guard heard the commotion, he leapt out of the relay station and ran back to pick up a bundle of torches. "Hurry up and come out. It's time to switch horses. A great victory for the Anchi Protectorate," he shouted. The rest of the guards, who had been sleeping in their clothes, suddenly sat up, rubbed their eyes, and hurriedly ran out to lead the horses. "I have enough torches. I won't change." The person from the Anchi Protectorate shouted and threw out his waist token. The night guard threw down the torch, caught the waist token, looked at it, and ran back to hand it over. The 20 horses were led out, and the 20 people changed horses and galloped away. In less than half an hour, the group arrived at Chang, and they shouted to increase their speed. There were street lights in Chang, and the people who didn't know how to walk in the middle of the city at night deserved to be hit and killed. By the time the 20 riders arrived at Xingqing Palace, many people knew that the Anchi Protectorate had killed and captured many enemies. Victory! The Tang dynasty had won another victory. Li Longji, who was sleeping, was woken up by Gao Lisher. When he heard the news of a great victory, he immediately fell asleep. He put on his regular clothes and personally went to find the messenger. The person on duty in the political affairs hall arranged for someone to ride a horse and call for the 3 prime ministers. When he arrived, the 20 people were supported by others and couldn't stand up. They had been riding horses for many days, and other than stopping to go to the toilet, they hadn't walked on the ground. Now, when they walked, their legs were the same as when they were riding horses. From time to time, someone would feed them warm soup. After drinking a few mouthfuls, someone would come over and wipe their faces with a wet towel. When Li Longji arrived, the people around him greeted him as Your Majesty. The 20 people had never seen Li Longji before, but they still had to salute him. "Rise." Li Longji waved his hand, took a towel from someone, and carefully wiped the face of the messenger in front of him. "Have a good rest. Don't force yourself. The Tang dynasty can't do without you. We are counting on you to guard the border," Li Longji said as he wiped the face. The messenger, who had traveled a long distance and hadn't complained once. When he heard Li Longji's words, his eyes instantly turned red and tears fell down his cheeks. Did the brothers suffer a lot of casualties? Li Longji wiped the tears of the soldier in front of him. He didn't ask how many enemies they had killed. Instead, he asked about the situation of his own people. The messenger shook his head. "No, not much. When we fought, they were defeated. Don't talk anymore. Take care of your throat. Go and get the throat-soothing pills that Li made." Li Longji nodded and ordered. After drinking a bowl of soup, the 20 people were carried away with the throat-soothing pills in their mouths. Just like the previous 20 people, when they fell asleep, someone massaged them and they also took a bath. Li Longji took the report from the Anchi Protectorate and carefully read it. It wrote, after learning that Su Lu had led his troops to attack, this subject gathered the troops to respond. Patrol Envoy Zhang Shaosong led 10,000 elite cavalry. Li Longji read from the beginning to the end. Zhang Shaosong led 10,000 elite cavalry to escape, then ambushed 20,000 white-clothed Arabs and captured many prisoners. Turning around, Zhang Shaosong led his men to search for Su Lu's troops. When they found them, they worked together with the hot air balloons to defeat the Turkic soldiers and pursued them. In this battle, they killed 29,600 enemies and captured 17,600. Currently, there were 858 casualties on their side. There were also some injured that needed treatment. Zhang Shaosong led his men to search for Tubo's troops. He wanted to work together with Ashina and Karalu's troops to attack them. "Zhang, Shao, Song," Li Longji said word by word. He had almost forgotten about this person. He had been too busy. Back then, when Li Yi said that he couldn't touch him, he didn't touch him. In fact, he even gave him an additional reward. If he wanted to be greedy, he could be greedy. For a year and a half, Zhang Shaosong continued to stay there. Who would have thought that Zhang Shaosong would seize the opportunity to ambush and sneak attack Su Lu's first attack? Together with his own army, Zhang Shaosong defeated them. Even so, he didn't withdraw his troops and continued to charge forward. As expected of a general who can take down 100 cities and slaughter 3 cities with 10,000 soldiers, Li Longji was in a good mood. Look, I didn't punish Zhang Shaosong for his crimes and even gave him money. Now, how many people has Zhang Shaosong killed? Tubo's troops are probably finished. If even the miscellaneous soldiers can kill so many people, the elite cavalry would naturally be even more impressive. Now, we just have to wait for Guo Jiyun's troops to fight the Juko army. If they succeed, we can settle the Yellow River's source in one battle. Li Longji mumbled as he sipped on a bowl of soup. The weather at night was stuffy and hot, without the slightest hint of coolness. Chapter 966. An hour later, the 3 prime ministers arrived one after another. Bai Gu's home was far away, so he was the last to arrive. The 2 people in front had already finished reading the battle report, and their faces were filled with joy. Bai Gu took the battle report and looked at it. Your Majesty, Zhang Shaosong has made a great contribution again. Yes, Li Longji nodded. Do you want to transfer him back? Bai Gu felt that Zhang Shaosong's contribution in the 2 battles was too great. No, leave him there. Li Longji refused. He was not afraid of Zhang Shaosong's contributions. He could reward him, but he had not done so yet. Not afraid. Bai Gu wanted to say something, but stopped. Just now, I sent someone to send a letter to Brother Yi. Brother Yi replied that he should stay there. If there is a chance, Zhang Shaosong can decide whether to send troops to the Tujue. Li Longji's reason was not just my idea. Li also thought so. Since Xiaoyi said so, let him stay. Bai Gu had nothing to say. Li Yi was very mysterious. Previously, it was Li Yi who said not to send Zhang Shaosong to prison. Now there was a good result. Zhang Shaosong could fight well. Zhang Shaosong was actually a civil official, not a general. He was a jinshi. Your Majesty, this should be spread to the world. Song Jing was not familiar with Zhang Shaosong. When he returned, Zhang Shaosong had already finished the battle in the western regions. No one usually mentioned it. Today they found out that there was someone so powerful who was protected by Li Yi. It will be in the newspaper tomorrow. Then, someone will send the newspaper to the various newspaper offices. The newspaper offices will then print the important content. Li Longji agreed with Song Jing's suggestion and was already working on it. The current newspapers were printed by the Li family Zhuangzi, and the people from the Express News rode horses to the relay stations to deliver them to the various newspaper offices. The newspaper office set aside some pages to copy the newspaper and then mimeograph it. The first day it was delivered, it would appear the next day. Scholars from all over the country bought newspapers and were willing to find a place to read them to the illiterate. Then the illiterate commoners would discuss with others about politics, daily tips, and the main characters of the serial stories. Wherever there was a newspaper, the people were working hard to learn pinyin and literacy. The appearance of newspapers enriched the lives of the people and made them feel that they were very close to the imperial court. For example, the imperial magistrate had built tracks, ships, sleds in the winter, how to collect taxes, street lights at night. It even wrote down what His Majesty had eaten today. Everything was there. Under normal circumstances, it would be written blindly. The commoners wouldn't care and would read it seriously. Also, His Majesty went to see the retired emperor and noble consort Lu and played a song for the retired emperor. The retired emperor was very happy to bask in the sun. If you don't want to lack calcium, you can't always stay in the house. You have to bask in the sun, but don't get heat stroke. The contents of the newspapers gave the commoners a picture of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Everyone's picture was different, but the same thing was that His Majesty was not far away from them. This was Li Yi's method. After a long time, the emperor in the commoners' hearts was a living person, not a concept. I hope the injured soldiers can survive. Antibiotics and penicillin are the simplest. Penicillin? Li Yi couldn't sleep after receiving the battle report. He thought about the injured soldiers on the front line and pondered about how to save more lives. He had used a lot of Chinese medicine as antiseptics, but it was still not as effective as antibiotics. The production of penicillin was more difficult than aircraft cannons. The mass production of atomic bombs was only 3 years later than penicillin. It was better to use Chinese medicine than to use the unstable penicillin produced by the traditional method. The main problem is the equipment. There are more syringes and needles. None of them are easy to mass produce. I have the bacteria. Change it and use it to cultivate. Li Yi mumbled to himself and lay back down to sleep. He didn't dare to think about it. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. He could only count on his 262 students to study hard. A portion of those who were not interested in physics, chemistry, or biology could become officials. Another portion would enter the field of research and cultivate a few more people. Rome was not built in a day, and the technological system could not be completed in a day. The next morning, selling newspapers. Our army has won a great victory. With less than 900 sacrifices, we killed 30,000 enemies and captured 20,000 enemies. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. The Anxi Protectorate has done a great service. Zhang Shaosong fought from 1,000 li away and launched a crazy surprise attack. He first destroyed the Arab army and then defeated Su Lu's army. A great victory, a great victory. In today's morning court session, His Majesty once again granted amnesty to the people. The newspaper boy shouted on his bicycle. Those who knew the general situation last night and this morning were still excited. It was confirmed. It was written in the newspapers. It couldn't be wrong. Almost every commoner in the capital office bought a copy of the newspaper. They could read now. The price of the newspaper dropped to 2 coins per copy. Each copy had 8 sheets and was printed on one side. The back of the paper was equivalent to buying paper for writing. It could also be used to paste walls and windows. Sometimes there would be 10 sheets per copy. There were a lot of advertisements. Some rich children would promote the girls they liked in Nankou. They could write about it in the newspapers. Or some child from a big family wrote a poem and quickly sent it to the newspaper to promote it. They would talk about the child and how good the poem was. This was all money. The Li family Zhuangzi would accept it. After all, it was not their child. The 3 people from the Tang family woke up late again. The soreness in their bodies had lessened. Li Yi waited for them to eat breakfast together. I heard we won a battle. Who did we fight with? Tan Shui, I heard the villager mention it, and asked. However, she could not remember. Those names were too hard to remember. She still did not know that the Tang dynasty had been fighting with the Tubo, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the Turks for many years. It was too far away. Luzhou was indeed the furthest place. If not, it would be the Jiangnan East Road. This time, we fought against the Turks, led by Su Lu. As it turns out, he was an official of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty gave him a salary. Then he felt that he should gain more benefits and become more powerful. So he joined forces with the enemy to fight against the Tang dynasty. Now, the Tang dynasty is not afraid of war. So we gave them a beating. Many of them were beaten down. Li Yi told Tan Shui as if he was telling a joke. Betrayal? If they're caught, they should be burned to death. Did you catch them? Tan Shui was filled with righteous indignation. In her stronghold, if anyone dared to betray her, they would meet a terrible end. Li Yi shook his head regretfully. I didn't catch them. They're too good at running. We couldn't catch up to them. We wanted to fight them, but there were too many of them. Sigh. Tan Shui sighed. She was equally regretful. The 3 of them went to get breakfast. There was meatball soup. They chose the same thing. Then they chose pork and cabbage stuffed pies and a few side dishes. Li Yi drank the mutton soup and ate the shumai. His stomach was not feeling well, and he did not want to eat anything with dough. Li Dongzhu, there are too many dishes in your zhuangzi. You only need to cook one. Tan Hai thought it was strenuous. They had to cook one dish after another. They could have breakfast 3 times a day. Even in the stronghold, they could not have it. If they could do it, it did not matter what they ate. I'm used to it. Li Yi was not in a position to say anything else. Li Dongzhu, after breakfast, let's go to the government affairs hall. Do you want to pay? Tan Shi asked. No, there's no need for that. Since the 3 of you are here, it's just in time. I have a leader of the mountain people from Luzhou who wants to see you. Li Yi looked up and stood up to greet them. Bai Gu, Song Jing, and Su Yi enter the hall. Chapter 967. When Tan Shida and his family saw the 3 of them and heard Li Yi's words, their eyes widened in shock. 3 Grand Chancellors? They're all here at the Li family Zhuangzi's dining hall? They're here for a meal? Why didn't they come yesterday? Hello, all of you. Bai Gu was the oldest among them. He nodded slightly at Tan Shida and his family. Hello, Grand Chancellors. Tan Shui sized up Bai Gu and greeted him casually. Change to a bigger table. Why don't you change into your casual attire? Li Yi changed the table. He was sitting at a square table. Since there were 3 more people, he needed a round table. He introduced them to the Tan family members. Indeed, there were 3 Grand Chancellors. They looked at each other and put the coupons away. They did not intend to give them away. The stronghold needed money too. The palace maid showed them respect. Tao Hong asked, "What do the 3 Grand Chancellors want to eat?" Later, beef stuffing and mutton soup, Bai Gu said. Song Jing and Tan Shui nodded. We'll eat the same. It'll be better later. Wait 15 minutes. There's beef. It's frozen. I'll make it now. Tao Hong went to ask around and returned to inform them. Eat first. I'll talk to them, Li Yi said to the Tan family members. The Tan family members did not move. They were not in the mood to eat when it concerned their stronghold. Here's the situation. Li Yi explained to Bai Gu and the others. He told the Grand Chancellors about the construction of roads and the establishment of a trading company. He also mentioned that he was willing to provide tools and money. You can mobilize more than 30,000 men? Song Jing stared at Tan Shida. Before he became the Grand Chancellor, he was the Commander-in-Chief of Guangzhou. He knew the situation there too well. He taught others how to build houses by burning tiles. He said it would prevent them from catching fire, but in truth, only the rich could build houses. He taught the commoners, not the mountain villagers. He did not have any good ideas about the mountain villagers. He could only negotiate and ask the mountain villagers for help when he paid tribute. Now that he was faced with a person who commanded 30,000 mountain villagers, he felt that this person was qualified to sit at the same table as him. This person had a request from the palace. He had arrived at Chang'an. Otherwise, if he wanted to meet Lu Zhou's leader, he would have to inform Lu Zhou in advance and personally visit him. If Lu Zhou's leader was in a bad mood, he would have to use all sorts of threatening etiquette. My tribe has more than 10,000 people. Let's go and join forces with the other strongholds. Tan Shi nodded. He was indeed capable of doing so. That's easy. The imperial court has agreed. Song Jing agreed without hesitation. Old Song, there's one more thing. There's a provincial governor of Lu Zhou called Pang Rinqing. Li Yi told the 3 of them about Pang Rinqing. Bang! Song Jing slammed the table in anger. Is he trying to force her to rebel? Was he an idiot? You want the mountain villagers to attack Lu Zhou's mansion? Song Jing felt a pain in his liver. He was so angry that he had been very careful when he was the commander-in-chief in Guangzhou. If you, Pang Rinqing, are tired of living, don't implicate others. The stronghold didn't care about those things, but it was despicable of him to lie to them. The 3 members of the Tan family were shocked. They didn't have such a big reaction and knew that they had been deceived. They prepared to go back and talk about it. Issue the decree. Issue the decree. Bai Gu stroked his beard as he spoke. If the mountain villagers knew about this, it would be easy to deal with them. Now that they knew, they had to go back. Li, do you have paper here? Su-yi was the youngest among them. He knew he had to do it himself, so he did not bring his subordinates with him. The paper he asked for was special. It was specially used to write imperial edicts. Li looked at Ching Song. Swoosh! The cub leaped out. Ching Song waved his fist. A table was cleared out. The cub returned with the special paper. There was a stack of other papers under the table. Sui sat down and began writing. He wanted to transfer Pang Rinqing back. To be more precise, he wanted Pang Rinqing to return as a criminal. The position of provincial governor is empty. Don't make any arrangements for now. That place is very important. In the future, Lingnan Circuit will no longer be a place where officials are sent away. I want to invest. Then my business with my brothers will be transferred there as well. The seaside must be controlled. The Tang dynasty's navy is waiting for the ships to be in position. The left and right seaside are important places. Li Yi said to Su Yi. The position of provincial governor was empty. Someone was responsible for it. The provincial governor could not do anything. It was all done by his subordinates. The provincial governor who could really manage things was like Guajiun, who sent troops when he said so. What ability did those who were sent there have? Okay. Su Yi agreed and continued writing. The three people of the Tan family looked at Li Yi again. Oh, could Li Dongzhu control the appointment of local officials? Even the prime minister listened to him? Inspector Zhang Sun was a good person. He was right. Looking for Li Dongzhu was more useful than asking other officials. Tan Shui's eyes lit up. She stared at Li Yi and then blushed a little. She opened her mouth and was about to speak when her brother next to her touched her. She turned her head and saw Tan Hai frowning and shaking his head slightly. Tan Hai realized the situation. His sister wanted to recruit a man, but he was not a woman who dared to love and hate. The problem was this was Li Dongzhu, not an ordinary person. Tan Shui pouted. She was clearly unhappy. By the time the soup was done, the script had also been completed. Once you're done with the seal, send it to Lu Zhou and have Pang Rinqing brought back for punishment, Song Jing explained to the three of them. He was worried that the three of them would return first and bring their men to the provincial capital to capture Pang Rinqing. If Pang Rinqing did not lie and the mountain people caused trouble, the Tang dynasty would reprimand them severely and threaten to beat them up before easing the tension. Pang Rinqing was in the wrong now. Even if the mountain people killed him, the imperial court could not do anything about it. They could only appease them. Old Song wants you to go back and stop causing trouble in the provincial capital. The things you've given us in the past are not worth much. You'll have enough to repair the roads. If you agree, just say the word. If you go back on your word, don't blame me for sending people to kill you. Li Yi was not Song Jing. He was straightforward. He would help where he could. It did not matter if he had to spend more money as long as everyone could live a good life together. If they were still looking for trouble after making things clear, this was no longer a small problem. What were they trying to achieve through this? We won't. Don't worry, Li Dongzhu. Tan sure was not angry. He liked Li Yi's personality. The mountain people were like this. If they made a promise, they could not go back on their word. If they did, they would definitely fight. Do you fish at sea? I'll give you the tools to make boats. I also have fishing nets made of cotton thread mixed with silk thread. They're sturdy and easy to use. Li Yi remembered that Lu Zhou was a seaside. They could catch fish, but the hemp thread would rot if it was soaked in the net for too long. Zhuangzi had just made silk and cotton thread. They could be used to catch fish on the boats at sea. Many fish could be caught in the net. Small fishing boats could be used as well. Lu Zhou did not lack wood to build boats. The boats we use are small and can only be used nearby. We don't know how to make big boats, Tenhai said. Mountain people like them knew how to fight in the mountains and forests. At the same time, they were good swimmers. Sometimes they could dive very deep to look for things with their bare hands. If there were big shells, they could look for pearls. Stay here for 2 more days. I'll draw a diagram and have the workshop make a small model that can be broken down. I'll write down the dimensions as well. Take it back and make the boats accordingly. Li Yi wanted the locals to make fishing boats with a displacement of about 10 tons. The deep sea was dangerous, but they could sail for 2 to 3 days near the coast. As long as they did not encounter huge waves, they could harvest a lot of seafood in one trip. There was no need to sell them. There were many mountain people in the area. When the boats returned, they would eat the fish. Chapter 968. You know how to build ships? Tan Shui's eyes lit up. By Gu's side, Xiao Yi not only knows how to build ships, but he also knows how to make many things. For example, he made many things for the women he likes. Oh, Tan Shui's eyes dimmed. When you use the new ship, you can bring back a lot of seafood from the sea. It will be enough for the people in the stronghold to eat. Li Yi continued to talk about the ship. A ship with a displacement of 10 tons could bring back a lot of fish and shrimp. With many people in the stronghold, they could also cooperate with other strongholds. If they could make 100 or 80 ships, they could be of help in future naval battles. Yes, that was what he thought. In the current war, a ship with a displacement of 10 tons was not considered small. It could be used as a cargo ship or a fishing boat. It was not convenient for large warships to dock at the shore to resupply, so small boats could dock to deliver things. Xiao Yi, do we need to build ships to fish at the beach? Bai Gu had never stayed at the beach. He thought that fish could be caught anywhere at the beach, but the locals did not like to eat them. Tan Shui looked at Bai Gu in surprise. She looked at him with an expression that said, "How can you not know this?" She then said, "If the fishing boat is small when the wind and waves are bad, you can't catch anything. The fishing net will be damaged if it soaks in the water for too long. If it is soaked in the sea, there will be salt frost on it when it is taken out to dry. It is best to wash the fishing net with salt frost with fresh water before drying it. Otherwise, it will spoil faster. If you encounter big fish, the net will be damaged if it is small and not strong enough. Also, if the big fish run away with it, you can only throw the net away." Bai Gu was speechless. He could see that he was being looked down upon. Therefore, he turned to ask Li Yi, "Do you know how to catch fish when the wind and waves are bad?" Li wanted to laugh, but he held back. "The Dengzhou Navy uses the net that I designed to catch fish. It has to sink with the hook, or else it will not be able to catch fish." "Old Bai, did you forget that you came up with the idea of using 2 ships to sink the net and hold it up?" As Li Yi spoke, he saw Bai Gu's ugly expression and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. "That's right. This old man remembers now. If a net is placed on the surface of the water, the net will float on the surface of the water. If the wind and waves are strong, the net won't be able to reach it." Bai Gu looked at Li Yi with admiration and immediately followed up. He was not really stupid. The wind and waves were strong, and the boat was small. Even if the net wanted to sink, it would not sink. If the boat was bigger, they could go down with the pendant. If there were no fish on the boat, they would fish for the fish below. Bai Zaifu actually has such a miraculous technique. Tan Shi was greatly moved and prepared to go back and give it a try. "It's mainly about Xiao Yi. I'm only an armchair strategist." Bai Gu did not want to tell Lu Zhou that he was the inventor of a fishing net. He still cared about his reputation. That kind of reputation was not a good one, but a disgrace. Song Jing changed the topic. "Lu Zhou, are there any terraced fields in the area?" At this moment, Tan Hai spoke up. "Yes, we know how to open up the fields. We also have water buffaloes. We don't need to pay rent. Sometimes the officials have work to do, and we'll send someone to do it." "Is the crooked plow useful?" "That was made by Li Yi as well," Song Jing asked with a smile. "What plow?" Tan Hai was puzzled. "A crooked plow. One cow can pull it, Songjing said. No, it's usually two cows working together. There are some places in the terraced fields where it's difficult to turn. Tan Hai shook his head. When Pang Rin Qing comes back, let him go to mine. Or let him go to the place where the canal is dug to do the most dangerous work. Songjing asked Bai Go and Su'er for their opinions. The two of them nodded in unison. They could not kill him, but they would not let him have an easy time. Tan Shui seemed to have thought of something. Is there a better plow that can be pulled by one cow? Yes. Songjing nodded. Did the court order the local officials to tell the people about this? Tan Shui asked again. Yes. Songjing nodded again. It was difficult for him to nod. Are many places aware of this? Are they still using it? Tan Shui asked. Songjing took a deep breath. Yes. Don't transfer him back. We'll deal with it. Tan Shui gritted his teeth. No. Li Yi refused. It's against the law to kill an official. However, the court will compensate you for your losses. Li Yi was straightforward. He did not waste words. Compensation. The people had suffered losses because of the local officials. The officials were sent by the court. The court could not simply capture the officials. What would they do about the losses? There's no need for compensation. Tan Shui suddenly became amicable. I have better ways to preserve soil, water, and fertilizer than terraced fields. I'll write it down and print it in the newspaper. You can take some back. Li Yi had begun to use more advanced methods in the terraced fields in Hua Province and Tang Province. He planted in rotation, stubble, and intercropping. The weather at Lu Zhou's place was warm. The winter was not cold. There were many intercropping crops suitable for soil preservation. There were many choices. The best way to preserve fertilizer was through deep plowing, water preservation. Although there were droughts at Lu Zhou's place, he could plant wheat in the terraced fields. When the rainy season happened, he could plant rice. The terraced fields did not have to be filled with rice. He could plant other vegetables as well. When he was done planting, he could see patches of different colors when he looked at them from the sky. The land that could not be preserved with water could be used as dry fields. The land that could be preserved with water could be used as paddy fields. If he planted rapeseed in the dry fields, he could extract oil from it. If he planted beans, he would have tofu to eat. We'll have newspapers in the future. I can read. Tan Shui was proud when she said she could read. Most of the people in her place were illiterate. It was amazing if they could read. When the roads are repaired, we can set up a few more newspaper offices. Li Yi agreed. He could not do it now. He could not send the newspaper over. Xiao Yi, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, you can write it down. It's best if you can draw it and print it in the newspaper tomorrow morning. There are many terraced fields here. There's a lot of riverbanks here, Bai Gu urged. He did not even ask if it was feasible. Was Li Yi's method wrong? After everyone finished eating, Songjing made another promise. The three of them went back and prepared to arrest the culprits. They were angry. The imperial court's policies were so good. Li Yi was so crazy about supporting them. In the end, the local officials did not promote it. Could it be that they wanted to fight against the imperial court? Li Yi went back to his study to draw a blueprint. The task was very important. He had to draw boats and terraced fields. The three members of the Tan family took their coupons and found someone to accompany them into Chang'an. They wanted to buy something for their clansmen. The money they brought was not spent on making connections, so they could go shopping. They were not short of money. When they returned to the stronghold, they could continue to look for money. Two people from the Li family Zhuangzi came out. They were a man and a woman. They were in charge of introducing the situation. After leaving Zhuangzi, there was a trolley bus. It was free to get on the bus. The horse did not run fast, but the Tan family felt that it was very fast. The bus stopped at the city gate. Someone got on, put in money, and reported the location. The tall wooden frame is blocking the city gate. The city gate can't be closed. Tan Shui noticed the situation and pointed at the city gate. Someone beside her heard her accent and knew that she was an outsider. He said to her, "Don't close the city gate. It's open at night." "What if there's a war?" Tan Hai asked. Li Dongzhu said that the enemy can reach Chang'an. It doesn't matter if the city gate is closed or not. We have the 16 guards and the winged knights. We won't allow the enemy to attack. The man raised his chin proudly. Chapter 969. The horse-drawn trolley bus moved forward. The three of them who came to Chang, and for the first time were curious about everything. They did not expect Chang, and to be so different from where they lived. They did not look the same at all, including houses, roads, and vehicles. Tan Shida looked around and pointed at the people waiting at the bus stop. Why don't they walk by themselves? How can they bear to spend money to take the bus? The male farmer replied, "They have things with them. It's heavy and slow to walk by themselves. It's faster to take the bus, and they don't have to use their own strength. They can save a lot of time and effort to work, and they can earn back a few bus fares. There's no easy job in the capital office. Time and effort are the most precious." The person who had spoken earlier continued, "Even if we grow vegetables and sell them wholesale, it'll seem like we'll spend more money if we have more people to send them to the place. However, when they return, they can take care of the vegetable fields, remove insects, loosen the soil, and fertilize the fields. The vegetables will grow well, and the yield will be high." "Got it. Thank you." Tenshida finally understood. He planted many crops in his stronghold. He took good care of them, so it was natural for him to harvest more. As long as the profit was more than the cost of the bus, it was worth it. The bus stopped for 2 more stops. The farmer gestured for the 3 of them to alight and cross the road. The East Market was on the other side of the road. This is the East Market of Chang, and where the goods are the most expensive. "The goods are good," the farmer explained like a tour guide. "Sometimes people lose things in Lu Zhou's place. They say there are thieves. I heard there are more thieves in bigger places. Are there any in the East Market?" Tan Shui looked around warily as she spoke, afraid of thieves. There were in the past, but not now. If you're caught stealing, you might be beaten to death. If you don't, the crime is not small. If you don't steal, you can earn a lot of money by working. There are no more robbers. The East Market hasn't been robbed for many years. They can't run away. There's a lot of food for sale. As they walked, the farmer deliberately led them to the snack area. Also, the fish and meat area was too smelly, so they avoided it. Tan Shui looked at all kinds of food. She rubbed her stomach and did not want to eat. It had not been long since she finished her meal. She saw many people eating here. She looked up at the position of the sun. They're eating breakfast now. 2 meals a day, just like where we came from. Tan Hai thought he found a common point. Everyone ate 2 meals a day, but when they arrived at the capital office, why did everyone eat 3 meals a day? Many of them ate dinner and went out to work last night. In the morning, after they finish selling or settling accounts, they come over to eat and then go back to sleep. The villager gave a different answer. Tan sure took a few glances and asked the landlord, "How much is a meal in Chang'an?" 3 pennies. The expensive ones cost hundreds of pennies for a meal, while the cheap ones don't even cost a penny. Ordinary people can only afford a decent meal for 3 or 4 yuan. After the villager answered, he continued to lead everyone forward. When it was almost noon, he would not go to Zhuangzi. He would take a car to the south of the city to have lunch there. There was an area in the south of the city where the people eating there were not wearing very good clothes. It was obvious that they worked hard. A meal here costs 4 renminbi. It's a boxed lunch, and the dishes are served by the waiter. No extra dishes are allowed. You can eat any staple food you want. The staple food was steamed buns made of whole wheat flour, while the rice was steamed with brown rice and Highland barley rice. The soup was free, and so was the pickles. It's mainly because people who work hard are willing to eat here. They feel that they can earn back their money. In fact, there's still some profit. At this time, The female villager took on the task of explaining. The people eating there were all eating the staple food in big mouthfuls, and then eating the side dishes in small bites. Isn't it more economical to eat black bread and drink the free soup? Tan Shui felt that the free soup was not bad. She planned to implement this in all the strongholds that she managed when she returned. For example, everyone in the stronghold could drink the free soup if they handed in some things every month. The cost of boiling the soup was low. It was equivalent to everyone saving time and firewood. Those who did not have a good life did not have to pay. It was considered that everyone was helping their family. If you only eat black bread and drink soup, you won't have any strength. There's little oil in the soup. Let's go to the front. There's also boxed lunch there. Let's order it, the villager said as she led the group forward. Sure enough, when they walked to the other side, the people eating there were wearing better clothes than the previous side. At noon in Chang, and the sun was in the middle of the sky, nearly 70,000 people had arrived at the location of Longyu provincial governor. Guo Jiyun's group had arrived. It was more than 400 li from Liangzhou to here. Guo Jiyun did not force the army to march. The group only needed to walk 30 to 40 li a day. The main reason was that they were delayed by the hot air balloon. He was practicing the hot air balloon ascending and descending and following the group during the march. The group needed to constantly use the hot air balloon as a transit point to transmit information and orders to each other. He had practiced before, but it was impossible for the 70,000 people to practice like marching and fighting. The cost was too high. When the army came out, Guojiyun was waiting for news from Sulu. He was not in a hurry to attack. He wanted to practice first. He wanted to occupy the 9 Ben's land and could not be careless. He would rather delay the marching speed of the army than be too hasty. 2 days ago, Guojiyun received news from the other side. Zhang Shaosong was indeed powerful. He had defeated the White Shirt Abbasid Caliphate and the Sulu Turks. Only then did he speed up and arrive at Longyu provincial governor's territory this morning. Here it was noon in Chang, and there were 6 hot air balloons floating in Longyu provincial governor's territory. Guo Jiyun could only see 2 of them. The rest were too far away. Longyu provincial governor Zhang Zhongliang welcomed Guo Jiyun and asked with a smile, "When are we going?" "We'll rest after eating. We'll set off at dawn tomorrow and directly attack." "Have you received the news from the Anshi Protectorate?" "We've been on the road for days, constantly changing our formation. We don't travel much each day, but the distance covered by the soldiers is not small. I believe that Tubo has received some news as well. However, the troops they sent out have become a problem." Guo Jiyun's lips curled into a smile. He was more relaxed. "Zhang Shaosong is formidable. If you attack them, it won't just be attacking way to save Zhao." Zhang Zhongliang praised Zhang Shaosong. He had indeed received news that Zhang Shaosong had been attacking continuously. The last news he received was that Zhang Shaosong was looking for an opportunity to attack Tubo's army. Guojiyun was fighting Juka here. But what about the Tibetan army on the other side? Run back? Zhang Shaosong could wipe them all out. If they didn't move, Tubo would definitely lose Jiku and withdraw their troops. If not for Zhang Shaosong, Tubo would have realized that the situation wasn't good and returned in time. Even if they fought Jiku, they wouldn't have been able to take advantage of it. It could be said that they had destroyed Tubo's army, and Tubo's reinforcements would continue to defend Jiku. With Zhang Shaosong around, he could guarantee that the Tibetan army on the other side wouldn't be able to escape. As long as the Tibetan army had a small opening, Zhang Shaosong would be able to grab hold of it. The truly formidable one is Li Yi. He gave us so many good things. Did the Shu lands come over yesterday? I received news that in less than 20 days, a large amount of baggage will be sent over. Guo Jiyun cared more about the logistical supplies. Li Yi's assistance in the attack was too beautiful. 20 days wasn't long. By the time they conquered Jiku, the things from the Shu lands would have arrived. Wasn't Zhang Shaosong protected by Li Yi? It doesn't matter whether he was greedy or not. Tens of thousands of soldiers broke through hundreds of cities. His contribution was too great. Li Yi dared to let him stay in west of the river and made a great contribution. I wonder if Li Yi still dares to protect him? Zhongliang also had a good impression of Li Yi. When a general was outside, what he was most afraid of was someone stirring up trouble in the imperial court. Ever since Li Yi took out a large amount of money to help fight the southwest barbarians, the generals at the border started to pay attention to him. Chapter 970. The troops of the Hashi Jidushi were moving forward. Huangshui County was the headquarters of the Longyu Jidushi, not the front line. The road from Huangshui County to the front was very difficult to walk on. There were many ravines and ravines before they could reach the front line after crossing a group of mountains, a pile of ravines, and a river. The two sides of the Yellow River were the garrisons of the Ningxia Border Army and the Jishur Army. The former was north of the Yellow River, while the latter was south. During Li Yi's time, this place was open to traffic, including the G2123 highway, G06121 highway, and S306 highway. Further south was the S202 highway. The Tang dynasty's Longyu army chose the same place as the others. There were garrisons in front of the strategic location, and behind them were mountains and rivers. Some of the elite troops of the Hashi army would go there. Once the battle started, the troops behind would go there one after another. From a small-scale raid to a large-scale battle, they would finally occupy the place. The troops in front also flew hot air balloons to scout the Tibetan army. The scouts and cavalry from both sides would come into contact almost every day. The difference was that the Tubo scouts, who dared to head a few miles away from the Tang dynasty's army at the beginning, now retreated to 30 miles away. The Tang dynasty's border army had hot air balloons tied to a rope to fly high. The scouts from both sides could be seen clearly from the hot air balloons. The Tang scouts would bring a telescope to look back at the flag signals in the sky. Then a few scouts would circle around and ambush the Tubo scouts. If the Tubo scouts had too many troops, the Tang dynasty scouts would run back. The Tubo scouts were having a hard time. There was no way for them to fight. They were discovered from far away in the sky, and they didn't even know how they were surrounded. Usually, when the Tang scouts were spotted, their troops would enter the circle. The Tang scouts brought binoculars to spot the enemy in advance. They moved outside the enemy's field of vision, reached the predetermined position, and closed in. The Tubo scouts suffered losses again and again. In the end, they ran back and left the range of the hot air balloons. The advantage was that they did not suffer losses. The disadvantage was that the hot air balloon's field of vision blocked the Tubo battlefield. The Tang dynasty's troop movements could not be seen by Tubo. Guo Zhiyun rode his horse along the mountain path. From time to time, a messenger would translate the flag signals for him. Where were the troops in front of his team? Where was the baggage? Had the carriage broken down? A horse had accidentally fallen into the valley. Hearing the voice of the messenger, Guo Zhiyun's heart did not waver. Even if the soldier fell, he was still indifferent. When marching to war, it was normal for non-combat casualties to occur. Old Madame Wang Juankui looked at the small dot in the sky. We have enough gasoline and diesel for the time being. We don't have any in Shu County. I'm afraid that we won't be able to transport them in time from Chang, and there's enough time for us to use. I believe that Li Yi has made arrangements. I heard that the lighting in Chang and at night is diesel. Guo Zhiyun did not consider the issue of fuel. He believed that Li Yi knew better than anyone else the purpose of the hot air balloon ahead of them. Wang Juankui smiled and nodded. They said that the production of diesel is high and the kerosene is easy to use. Li Yi sold it for money. Rumor has it that gasoline, diesel, and kerosene are made by boiling oil with paraffin. Kerosene is the least and diesel is the most. Didn't Tubo and Tujuef find some paraffin? Guo Zhiyun wanted to laugh when he talked about this. The Tang dynasty collected paraffin from all over the country and sent it to Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi sold it. The news spread. Tubo and Tuja looked for it and found it to boil in a pot. After boiling it, they said that it was better to use it to defend the city and make torches. It could be used to cook rice. None of the oil they were looking forward to was produced. Instead, many people fell sick from the smoke. Wang, Ju and Kuei pulled the reins with one hand and put the other hand into her pocket. She took out a handful of fried hazelnuts and handed them over. In war, besides the bravery of the soldiers, it's also about money and skills. Guojin reached out and took a dozen hazelnuts. You still have pine nuts? Others eat them, but you don't want to eat them. You only want to keep them with you. If you see me, non-commissioned officer, give me one. He's risking his life, unlike me who's just giving orders. As Wang, Ju and Kuei spoke, she handed the remaining hazelnuts to the soldier beside her. Thank you, deputy. The soldier took it happily. They couldn't eat it. They only had canned food, meat floss, salted dried tofu, and compressed biscuits. There were no dried fruits. There weren't many dried fruits sent from Chang, and they were distributed to the generals, and there was none left. They couldn't bear to eat canned food. They used it for war. It was fine as long as they had food to eat. I heard that a large number of pine nuts were obtained from Li family Zhuangzi's team in Bohaisi. Li didn't sell them and sent them to us. Guojin threw a hazelnut into his mouth and bit it gently. It's a gift from Her Majesty. Everything was given by Her Majesty. Wang, Ju, and Kuei reminded him not to say anything wrong. In name, it was given by Her Majesty. Her Majesty, Guojin repeated. In a place further northwest than the Longyu army, an army was resting. There was a hot air balloon flying in the sky. Zhang Shaosong drank some water first, then took out a handful of meat floss and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed slowly and tasted it. The other generals and soldiers also took out meat floss to eat to replenish their strength. They found the Tibetan Army's baggage team and went to fight after resting. From the hot air balloon, Tubo's military supply team looked like a small dot moving around. But with the help of binoculars, Tubo's military supply team was very small. With binoculars, the small people couldn't see anything from the hot air balloon. The hot air balloon had no sound and was sky blue in color. Unless it was dark clouds, the sky blue hot air balloon would become a small, light-colored However, the hot air balloon wouldn't rise when the clouds were dark. Otherwise, it would be struck by lightning. The baggage team had cars and civilian workers. To be precise, they were slaves. There were local slaves from Tubo and slaves from the Tang dynasty. When they exchanged captives in Songzhou, some people didn't give them to them. There were also 1,000 Tubo cavalrymen protecting them. They kept scolding and whipping the slaves with their horsewhips. The Tang dynasty's people worked hard. Even so, the Tubo cavalrymen didn't like them and still beat them. After being beaten, the Tang dynasty's people didn't make a sound and continued to work with their heads down. They were mainly responsible for repairing the vehicles and lifting the wheels when they got stuck in the soft soil and sand. However, when they were working, they would occasionally look at the Tang dynasty's people. Both sides had brief eye contact. Now that they had left Tubo's territory, they were ready to escape. As long as the front line was attacked, they would find an opportunity to escape. If they could escape, they would be lucky. If they couldn't, they would accept their fate. After an hour, the team continued to move forward. However, the leading general found that something was wrong. It seemed that 2 groups of scouts hadn't returned. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, he was sure that something was wrong because there were 4 groups of scouts that hadn't returned. Prepare for battle. The general chose the safest method. The team gathered and protected the baggage team well. Quick, report to the front. Tell them that we've been ambushed. The general called over a captain and shouted while pointing to the front. Follow me. The captain waved his hand and 150 cavalrymen rushed out. They knew that it was useless for them to stay when the enemy attacked. Telling the front line wasn't just for them to rescue. Perhaps it would be too late by the time the rescue team arrived. They wanted to tell the front line that the baggage team was gone. Chapter 971. A group of cavalrymen rushed forward desperately. They knew they were about to be attacked by the enemy. Whoever could get out would be the one to report. In the chaos, the people who stayed behind looked around but didn't find anything. The Tang dynasty slaves' eyes that had just lit up became dim again. How could that be? We were about to run. The general was also a bit confused. No one. Where did my scouts go? Did they get lost? He looked at the messenger team that had turned into a black spot and suddenly felt something was wrong. The general led his men and rushed forward, each riding 2 horses. They were always ready to face the enemy's attack. Each of them was vigilantly looking at the places where the enemy might appear. After running for a quarter of an hour, there was no one. They also didn't see any traces of the scouts who should have been in front of them. Just as they were wondering, the horses in front suddenly screamed and fell into the pit. There was a pit under the grass on the ground, and there were only some ropes supporting the grass above. The pit was not deep, only a foot. When the horses suddenly stepped on air, the situation changed. When the horses somersaulted, the people followed. The cavalrymen behind them who were close directly crashed into them, and the ones further away slowed down and pulled the reins. Turn around, go around. The general didn't know how many more pits there were ahead, so he had to turn around. A group of horses turned around. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and a lot of soil was lifted up from the ground under their feet. The horses that had just stabilized went crazy and ran around. The Tubo cavalrymen's ears were buzzing. The people who were close to the explosives were directly knocked down by the blast and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. At this time, the dense sound of horse hooves came. A group of cavalrymen suddenly appeared not too far away. There was still grass falling down from the cavalrymen's bodies, and there was a grass hoop on their heads. Grass also fell down from the horses' bodies. Obviously, the horses were covered by grass when they were lying on the ground. There were cavalrymen in front, left, and right. Run back. The general only had one choice. The cavalrymen tried hard to control their horses. Some of them couldn't, and the horses led them to charge at the enemy. Some of them just managed to control their horses and ran back dozens of steps. Boom! Another bag of explosives exploded. The cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty were getting closer and closer. Whoosh! 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 A rain of arrows fell. Charge! Charge! The general shouted. He knew what it meant when the cavalrymen lost their speed. In panic, the remaining 30 cavalrymen urged their horses to run back. Boom! The third pack of explosives exploded. The horse couldn't take it anymore. It kicked back in all kinds of ways and even bit the horse next to it. The grass about 10 steps behind the pit was lifted up, and a group of people stood up with crossbows in their hands. They first shot the people in the pit and then chased after the Tubo team leader. The team leader had already fallen. Once they were within range, a rain of arrows was fired, and a large group of cavalrymen also rushed to their positions. In less than half an hour, all 150 of them had lost their lives, leaving no one alive. Dig out the rest of the explosives. Zhang Xiaosong smiled when he saw his subordinates gathering the horses that were still alive. The others dug the bags of explosives according to their positions, and the person behind the pit was responsible for igniting them. They didn't just bury 3, they buried the whole area. They didn't have enough explosives, so they piled a lot of grenades together and buried them. He didn't expect that they would only use 3. The enemy's formation was too tight. They were probably afraid of being obstructed and wanted to use a dense charge to pierce through the obstructing team. Zhang Xiaosong's team was cleaning up the battlefield. On the other side, Tubo Baggage's team vaguely heard something. The team that was sent out to report had been ambushed outside their field of vision. The explosives didn't explode in the air, so the sound of the explosion was limited. The general was in a dilemma. Should he move forward or continue to wait? Where was the enemy? Why didn't they come over? Did the team he sent out encounter any obstructions? What if they didn't succeed? A series of questions appeared in his mind. The captives didn't dare to make a sound. They stood there with their heads lowered. They also noticed that 4 teams of scouts were gone, and 1 team of 20 people was left. There were originally 1,000 cavalrymen, but now there were only 770 left. Everyone was panicking. There were definitely enemies, but they didn't know the number of enemies. A team of 20 scouts didn't send back any information. How many people did the enemy need to encircle and annihilate them? As time passed, the pressure on Tubo's cavalrymen increased. It would be dark soon, and everyone needed to rest and eat. What should they do if the enemy attacked at this time? What if they attacked at night? Eat now. Eat in batches, the general ordered. The so-called eating meant eating cooked Highland barley rice and dried meat. Drinking water was enough. The slaves didn't dare to eat, but the soldiers took turns to eat. They had to be on guard. If there was a battle, they had to fight. They're eating. On a platform set up next to them, a lookout reported the situation in time. Send scouts to harass them. From the left, right, and back. Each team has 50 people. The other teams are scattered. Get ready to support and surround them. Zhang Shaosong looked at the 35 horses that were put in the pit and ordered casually. In fact, he could take care of those people in one fell swoop. The cavalrymen charged and shot arrows with inertia. The enemy could only endure the rain of arrows. After all, they were few in number. Zhang Shaosong saw that there were people from the Tang dynasty in the team who were captured. If he shot arrows like that, his own people were more likely to die. In the past, he wouldn't care. In order to win, he could sacrifice some people from the Tang dynasty. But now, he didn't want Li Yi to provide things to Songzhou. If Songzhou won the battle, Li Yi would rather suffer some losses and exchange the people of the Tang dynasty with Tubo. Since Li Yi cared about the people, he would help Li Yi save a group of people if he had enough confidence. He deliberately sent teams to harass the enemy in 3 directions. There was no one in front of the enemy. The purpose was to let the Tibetan army think that the people they sent out had broken through the blockade, and then the Tang army on that side would chase after them. This was a hope. If they succeeded and he could hold on until the main force came back to help, he might be able to survive. If there were scouts in all 4 directions, it meant that the first team had been wiped out. Needless to say, they would kill the slaves of the Tang dynasty first, and then fight with their lives. The team began to move. The people who dealt with the dead horses also sped up. 35 horses were cleaned up by 1,000 people. After peeling the skins, each person gave a piece of meat and began to cut it. The meat was cut thinner but longer so that it was easier to knead, salt, and air dry. They couldn't smoke it. The smoke was too strong. Everyone ate cold food. Now, the cold food of the Tang dynasty soldiers was better than that of Tubo. In the past, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty didn't have much jerky. They basically fried rice, fried noodles, and dry biscuits with vinegar cloth. Now, they didn't have to put in anything but meat floss and compressed biscuits. There were green onions, carrots, and other things in the compressed biscuits, which tasted better than rice. The teams that went out were arranged. 50 riders in one group rushed to Tubo's logistics team. They rushed and shouted, "Yoo-hoo, yoo-hoo!" The Tubo people who didn't eat immediately got on their horses and began to run around the team, ready to speed up at any time. The people who were eating also stopped. They drank water and got on their horses, waiting for orders. There were scouts in all 3 directions. As they got closer, there were 50 people in one group. There was no need to count them. Impossible. It's impossible that 20 people can't come back with 50 people. The general instantly judged that the people of the Tang dynasty were plotting something. Chapter 972. The 3 Tang scout teams began to circle around. Each person rode 2 horses at a moderate speed. The Tubo army went around in a small circle. After going around and around, they split into 3 groups of 100 men and gathered together. At the same time, they also brought along an extra horse. The slaves of the Tang dynasty turned their heads and communicated with each other through their eyes. They were excited and worried at the same time. The military forces of the Tang dynasty seemed to have come a lot. It should not be a problem to defeat the Tubo soldiers. But in that case, would they be killed? They had to resist. They could not run. If they ran, they would leave their backs to the Tubo soldiers. Were they testing the archery skills of the Tubo cavalry? Yoo-hoo, yoo-hoo! The Tang dynasty scouts began to adjust their speed and distance. They wanted to enter the shooting range of the Tubo cavalry when they circled around. Then they would shoot and quickly circle to the side. The Tubo cavalry were not stupid. They obviously knew what the other side was doing and were looking for the same opportunity. Both sides kept adjusting their speed and position. No one wanted to lose the momentum of their charge. Otherwise, the shooting range of the arrows would not be enough. As they circled around, more than 100 Tang soldiers appeared. These people dismounted from their horses when they were within the shooting range of a normal cavalry. Draw your strong bows and draw your crossbows. Stop playing. Find your own positions. We have crossbows with a longer shooting range. Charge! The Tubo general saw the situation and ordered the cavalry to charge at the dismounted Tang soldiers without hesitation. The dismounted Tang soldiers quickly shot an arrow and a crossbow, turned around, mounted their horses, and ran. More than a dozen Tubo cavalry dismounted and urged their horses to continue chasing. A total of 200 people did not give the Tang soldiers a chance to turn around. More than 100 Tang soldiers whipped their horses. No matter how fast they were, they could not enter the enemy's shooting range. At the same time, 3 teams of 100 Tubo cavalry charged at 3 teams of 50 Tang scouts. The scouts also turned around and ran. Come on, let's see who is faster. The general saw that his side had the upper hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Come back, don't chase." Only 1 team of scouts heard him. They slowed down and circled around. The other 3 teams did not hear him and continued to chase. Quick! Chase after them and tell them to come back. The general was sweating profusely. He remembered that the Tang soldiers had binoculars. When the 2 sides fought, the enemy would discover them first, and then calmly set up an encirclement. Things were different now. They couldn't just turn and run when they saw an enemy. When they saw it, it meant that the enemy had completed the encirclement. After a quarter of an hour, a group of people came back. This group had less than 100 people and was followed by a large group of Tang soldiers. Prepare for battle. The leader thought of the reason and sent people to chase after them. After chasing for a long time, his own people returned in time. When the Tang soldiers discovered the situation, they did not have time to encircle them and directly pursued them. Only then did some of their own men return alive. There were only 370 men left, including the 100 cavalrymen who had stopped earlier. The 100 cavalrymen had not gathered yet, and the 50 scouts of the Tang soldiers had not run away. They were still circling around. The general was speeding up with 270 people. He could not afford to lose speed. Even if he was running, there should be a process to raise his speed to the maximum. The Tang soldiers continued to chase after this group of less than 100 people. They had no intention of stopping. Looking up, there were at least 2,000 people densely packed together. Go around them, go fight those 50 people. The general shouted to his own men who were running over. He was also ready to run. The people who came back would cooperate with the other 100 to kill the 50 Tang soldiers. He went around half a circle and ran in that direction. As soon as he shouted, more than 200 cavalrymen suddenly jumped out from the pursuing Tang soldiers. These people were obviously faster than the other cavalrymen. More than 200 people whipped their horses hard, one after another. They lifted their butts and stood on the horses' back. Their bodies leaned forward and moved up and down with the horses. At first glance, one could tell that they were horsemanship experts. Moreover, their horses were better than other horses. The sudden rush of the group instantly disrupted the Tubo general's original plan. He led the group and rushed out diagonally without adjusting their position. He was ready to run in a big circle and meet up with his own side. When everyone started running, no one cared about Baggage's team and slaves. The slaves of the Tang dynasty looked at each other and then looked at the slaves of the Tubo. The slaves of the Tubo looked around and raised their hands. The slaves of the Tang dynasty looked for ropes to tie up the Tubo slaves. The slaves of the Tubo did not resist at all. There were many cavalrymen and no one to help them. Staying alive was more important. Being a slave anywhere was the same. Not long after, the cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty came over. The others continued to chase. The people of the Tubo could not run away. There was a blockade in front of them. They might have even dug a pit. The pit did not need to be big or deep. The hooves of the horses would be gone. Unfortunately, the horses were disabled and could only be killed for meat. The slaves of the Tang dynasty tied the arms of the Tubo slaves behind their backs and strung them together. They stood there and waited with smiles on their faces. The Tang soldiers got off their horses and walked over. They looked at their own people and said, "The inspector said that he would catch them alive and use them to exchange for your families." The slaves of the Tang dynasty suddenly stopped smiling. Some lowered their heads and some wiped their tears. They remembered that they had heard that the people of the Tang dynasty in other places were exchanged, but their own people were not. Now that the people of the Tubo people were caught, they would agree to the exchange. Whoever lost strength would be anxious. They hoped that their families could hold on until the time of exchange. Eat something. The Tang soldiers took out the meat floss and compressed biscuits from their bodies. "Here, we are sending baggage. There are bows, cooked Highland barley rice, and jerky." The people of the Tang dynasty pointed at the carts and said, "Those are from the Tubo. We will keep them for you. You can eat the good food of the Tang dynasty." The soldier handed them over again. "Okay, let's eat the food of the Tang dynasty." The people took over and tasted the meat floss. It was delicious. Then they took a bite of the compressed biscuits. "Oh, what is this? It smells good." After the people took a bite and tasted it, they looked at their own bodies and opened the food bags that belonged to them diagonally and put the food inside. "Hurry up and follow us. There is a small river 30 miles away. Go there and start a fire to cook." The Tang soldiers went to untie the ropes of the Tubo slaves and hoped that they would help with the work. The people of the Tang dynasty sat in the carts and did not care. When the sky was completely dark, the baggage team arrived at the river. There was a bonfire by the river. Pots were placed on the fire. Horse meat, wild vegetables, and some edible mushrooms in the grass were cooking in the pots. This season happened to be the time when there were wild mushrooms. The soldiers knew which kind of mushrooms were edible. Some cavalrymen continued to patrol the area more than 20 miles away. Some soldiers had already eaten. After eating, they took a rest and took over the patrols to come back and eat. "Let me lend you some pots." The soldier handed the 3 people of the Tang dynasty a multi-purpose military pot. The Tufan captives took turns to drink the soup, 1 out of 10. It was the first time for both the people and the captives to see such a rare pot. "How do I use it?" The people held the pot and looked at the soldiers eating next to them. Chapter 973. The soldier took the pot and explained. It was covered with canvas. He took it out and found that it was an iron pot. He pulled it out and a pot appeared. What was left was a shell without a spout. There was a folded metal bar on the shell. When it was lifted, there was a lid under the shell. Holding the iron bar, one could lift the shell to hold the pot flat. When the iron bar was opened and folded, it was stuck on the other side and could be hung on something. Then, the lid could be used to cover the mouth on the shell. It could be used to cook rice and stew vegetables. The people and captives were dumbfounded. Who made it? Who was clever and skillful? They knew how to use it. They used the shell to hold soup and took turns to drink it. The lid could also hold some soup. Now, the military forces of the Tang dynasty are using such good things. A person drank a mouthful of soup and felt warm all over, so he asked, "The elite troops at the border have it, but the others don't. The Li family Zhuangzi can't make so much," the Tang soldier next to him said while holding the soup. "Will we win this war?" the person asked again. "Yes. In the future, no one from the Tang dynasty will be taken away by others," the soldier said softly. He knew what was going on with the people of the Tang dynasty around him. When Tubo launched a sneak attack, the military forces of the Tang dynasty could not support them in time. Now the number of troops stationed at the border increased, and the people were left behind. The soldiers also had good food, alcohol, gauze, and other things to learn how to treat their wounds. Usually after a battle, many people either died on the battlefield or got infected after the battle. Yes, it was called infection. The bleeding would not stop. Hands could not stop it, and mud could not cover it. As the bleeding continued, the people would die. Now, the bleeding could be sutured. The big blood vessels could be sutured and then wrapped. Slowly they would heal. If the bleeding was less, the people could eat something good. As long as the blood was replenished faster than the bleeding, they would heal eventually. As for the big cuts, they could also be sutured and bandaged. If there was pus and blood, they could be cleaned and bandaged again. As long as there was alcohol, there was no need to worry about infection and death. Both sides had 10,000 people. After a battle, 1,000 people died and 4,000 were injured. The Tang dynasty could survive at least 3,500 people, while the enemy could only survive 500. After a few battles, the enemy would be wiped out. With that in mind, the soldier shared his thoughts with the commoners. The common people loved to hear this. When they heard that their Tang dynasty was powerful, they were waiting to capture the criminals and bring their families back. Where did the alcohol come from? Another commoner didn't know what alcohol was. He guessed that it was similar to wine and had become a spirit. The Li family Zhuangzi gave us some cotton. The cotton we use is called skimmed cotton, the soldier replied. It's the Li family Zhuangzi again. A commoner who had just eaten a handful of the highland barley rice that he had brought with him noticed the key word. Thus, the soldiers told the commoners the story of the Li family Zhuangzi. When it was almost midnight, another group of people came back. They brought back Tubo's general baggage, alive. A living general was worth more than a dead general. A living general could be exchanged for many people of the Tang dynasty. As for the other Tubo soldiers, there were a total of 330 survivors. The rest were all dead. The Tang dynasty soldiers first treated the wounds of their own people and then helped the Tubo soldiers. These 330 people could probably be exchanged for at least 1,000 people of the Tang dynasty. It depended on how much the other party valued them. Zhang Shaosong had already finished eating and resting. After he captured the captives and asked about the number, he smiled. This time we can exchange all the people of the Tang dynasty. Tubo is empty. As long as Guazhiyun is not an idiot, he will know how to fight. Zhang Shaosong was not counting the 330 captives. He was calculating the overall situation. He would not attack Tubo's main force, which was confronting Ashanaxian and Karalu. He would take the superior force to intercept Tubo's baggage. Tubo would not send 10,000 elite soldiers to escort the provisions. Even if they sent 10,000, he could win, regardless of the cost. With the explosives and grenades, the hot air balloons and binoculars, it was really useful. Zhang Shaosong liked new things. He found that the best use of the binoculars was to prevent the enemy from finding him. It was most useful to deal with the enemy's scouts. The number of scouts was small, so it could be surrounded every time. The enemy could only judge the position and the number of people on his side from the traces on the ground. The hot air balloons were unreasonably strong. They could see the enemy troops from afar when they were flying in the sky. They could be seen from dozens of miles away. They could do whatever they wanted. It was equivalent to half a day's journey. Thinking about this, Zhang Shaosong went back to sleep. He would see if there were any Tubo's baggage tomorrow. If there were none, he would take the initiative to welcome them. The people of the Tang dynasty also went to sleep after eating. They covered themselves with the clothes of the Tubo soldiers and the dead soldiers. The Tubo slaves got the horse skins of dead horses. They were only smeared with plant ashes. The smell was very strong, but they did not care. 2 or 3 of them covered themselves with the skins. Tonight was a happy night for the people of the Tang dynasty and the Tubo slaves. Otherwise, they would also have to sleep at night. They squeezed each other to sleep along the way. When the sun rose in the morning, the Tang soldiers began to cook. They stewed horse meat, boiled hot water, and used Chinese medicine to reduce inflammation and reduce the temperature. After the wounded were injured, the white blood cells increased. There was a lot of body fluid in the injured area, forming pus and blood. It was treated, rebandaged, and given medicine. The wounded often had a fever. It was not necessarily an infection. They were tired, and their body functions decreased after being injured. At this time, the horse meat was boiled into a thick soup for them to drink to replenish their protein. There were wild bird eggs and boiled water for them to drink. Eating eggs to replenish the body's protein was good for the body's recovery. At the same time, it would increase the body's calories. Therefore, when eating eggs, one had to consider the physical cooling. At the same time, one should not eat cooked eggs to avoid indigestion. Leave 500 people to take care of the wounded and captives by the river. The rest of you follow me to find Tubo's baggage. After breakfast, Zhang Shaosong arranged for the men to rise a hot air balloon. He led the team to set off. The more seriously injured or feverish Tang soldiers began to sleep. They slept sitting up and leaning on something to prevent food from flowing out of their esophagus. They had to wait for digestion. After a while, they drank more water to cool down and increase the speed of their metabolism to recover faster. It was cold at night, and the temperature gradually rose during the day. The people of the Tang dynasty took handkerchiefs to the river to wash them. Then they combed their faces and wiped their bodies to cool down. The slaves of Tubo were only responsible for looking for mushrooms and cutting grass in the distance. They were not allowed to touch the captives of Tubo, lest the captives of Tubo threaten them with the safety of their families and secretly untie them. If you let me go now and let me run away, I will let your family go when I go back. The captives of Tubo could not threaten their own slaves, so they threatened the people of the Tang dynasty. The people of the Tang dynasty were wiping his face. After hearing his words, they were stunned. Then they unfolded their handkerchiefs, rolled them into strips, and wrapped them around the captive's neck. Then they crossed their hands and exerted force on both sides. Woo-woo! The captive of Tubo blushed and opened his mouth to make a sound. His eyes were wide open and his body was twisting. There was a pleading look in his eyes. Help! He wants to strangle him. The captive of Tubo next to him shouted to the Tang soldiers. The Tang soldiers took a look and turned their heads. The eyes of the captive of Tubo who was being strangled rolled back. Only then did the people let go and watch with a smile. The captive gasped for breath, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Say it again. You must say it. Say it quickly. If you don't, I will strangle you. The people wanted to strangle him again. Chapter 974. While Zhang Shaosong continued to search for Tubo baggage, Tubo's main force at the front could not hold on any longer. The soldiers of Ashanaxian and Karalu seemed to have gone crazy. They took the opportunity to charge with grenades. The key was that Ashanaxian and Karalu's horses were not afraid of the explosion, but Tubo's horses were. Both sides set up camp, and scouts went back and forth. Both sides wanted to go behind each other to see the enemy's deployment. No! Ashanaxian and Karalu did not want to see the deployment. They wanted to find a chance to sneak attack. Because there were hot air balloons in Ashanaxian and Karalu's camps, the deployment of the Tibetan army could be seen at a glance. What made Tubo General Bozik happy was that Ashanaxian and Karalu's troops seemed to only have one hot air balloon. He hoped that the other side would run out of alcohol, gasoline, or diesel. He thought that the Tang dynasty did not trust these two tribes, so they did not give so many good things. Now he was waiting for the provisions to arrive. He wanted to defeat the two tribes in one go. That way, the two tribes would feel that the Tang dynasty did not value them and did not give them enough things. What Bozik did not know was that in normal history, the two tribes were facing Sulu's Turkic Shur tribe, Bai Abbasid tribe, and his Tubo tribe. The two tribes resisted, and he did not have time to go back. In July, Guajiyun had enough provisions and took the opportunity to attack Juka land. He brought out 40,000 soldiers, and 40,000 fewer soldiers in the rear. Including the provisions, it involved even more. Now, Ashanaxian and Karalu were only facing him, and there were hot air balloons and grenades. He thought he could defeat them in one go. A hot air balloon was floating in the sky, and there was a rope below it. Ashanaxian soldiers looked up and used binoculars to observe the flag signal. There were several big boxes next to it. These boxes were the same as the ones in the sky. The soldiers felt confident just looking at them. They had 5 and Karalu had 3, so there were 8 hot air balloons in total. They put one up because they did not want to use it. In their eyes, it was a gift from God. The God of heaven was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. His Majesty gave him binoculars and hot air balloons, as well as grenades that would explode if they caught fire. The two divisions were also waiting for Zhang Shaosong. They had already received the news that Zhang Shaosong had defeated the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate and Sulu. I don't know where he went, but he should be looking for an opportunity. They were also satisfied with their diet. They didn't have canned food, meat floss, or compressed biscuits. However, they had oil tea noodles, flour fried with oil, sesame seeds, cooked bean powder, and then mixed with dried onion powder and dried cabbage powder. You just have to mix it with water and stir it a little before you can drink it. It's also very sweet because you added sugar. They could see that Tubo was about to launch a large-scale attack, but they were not afraid. They had the advantage in numbers. As the two sides confronted each other, Zhang Shaosong searched for him. Guajiyun launched an attack on the land of the Nine Bends. The cavalry gathered, and the infantry got into formation. Tubo at the land of the Nine Bends realized that something was wrong. The flag of the Tang army was not Longyu Jidushi but Hushi Jidushi. Anyone with a brain for war would understand what this meant. If they wanted to attack, they would transfer the troops behind them and make preparations to retreat if they lost the battle. At the same time, if there was a need, the soldiers of Longyu Jidushi would also attack. The two Jidushi together had more than 140,000 soldiers. Was this place worthy of the Tang dynasty's attention? As the highest commander of the army stationed at the land of the Nine Bends, Zasikas did not dare to be negligent and quickly mobilized his troops. He had to reorganize his troops. Otherwise, the scattered troops would be swallowed up by the Hushi Jidushi's army. Guajiyun waited for the other side to prepare. He was in a hurry to launch the attack today because the wind was blowing from the west, and it was a light breeze. He wanted to play big this time. He wanted to achieve his tactical goal in one day and set up a good battle for his strategy. Both sides got into formation. They were not all cavalry. There were also crossbowmen, spearmen, and shield soldiers. The Tang dynasty had an additional 4,000 soldiers of the Mo sword army. They were divided into two formations and faced the enemy's cavalry formation. Tubo's cavalry would rather fight the Tang dynasty's cavalry than face the Mo sword army. Behind the Mo sword army were strong archers. They would not be able to compete with such an army with bows and arrows. They would either use their speed to dodge or charge head-on. The Tang dynasty's Mo sword army would fight to the death. Charging head-on would be exchanging lives. If they could pierce through, it would be easy. If they could not, it would be completely over. So far, they had never been able to pierce through. Both sides got into formation. They had many people. At the rear, Guajiyun looked up at the flag and drew his sword. The messenger gave the order. Behind him, 20 hot air balloons that were ready to take off slowly rose. The cavalry at the rear started to jog, ready to speed up at any time. Then, 20 cars were pushed to the empty space between the middle and front of the army. Rows of large skyscrapers were placed on the cars. The hot air balloons rose to a height of 100 feet and stopped. The people below pulled with all their strength. Guajiyun looked back and waved his sword. The soldiers who were pulling the ropes let go. The people on the hot air balloons adjusted the blowtorches. Others quickly retracted the ropes. The hot air balloons slowly floated towards the other side. The skyscrapers adjusted their angles, and the people behind lit torches. Not long after, the hot air balloons floated to the middle of the battlefield. One of the hot air balloons suddenly fell. The people on it quickly increased the firepower and rose again. It was higher than the others. Then it fell a little lower. It rose and fell. None of the soldiers on both sides laughed. They could not laugh. In the middle of the army behind Tubo, Zasikas looked at the hot air balloons in the sky. His face was full of helplessness. As a great general of Tubo, he had long known how hot air balloons fought. Tubo had even been deceived by Li'i. The hot air balloons were built. The alcohol was bought. They had been burning their own balloons. The alcohol was used up. The hot air balloons still could not rise. All military formations don't move. Zasikas passed down the order. The formation in front of them did not move. The soldiers did not even look at the things in the sky. Just like when they were not within the range of the enemy's crossbows during the siege, the army formation moved forward. The enemy's catapults and ballistae fired. Whoever was hit was unlucky. When the people in front fell, the people behind took the place. When they were within the range of the enemy's crossbows, they began to charge. Now that the Tubo soldiers knew that they could throw things down from the hot air balloons, they held on. How many things could the hot air balloons hold? The hot air balloons floated to the top of Tubo's front formation. Tubo's formation did not react at all. The hot air balloons continued to float. Zasikas looked up. His palms were full of sweat. He did not order the crossbows to shoot into the air. 100 feet was not enough. Tubo had tested it with a bigger Kongming lantern. He tied a thin rope to it and put it in the sky. Then he used the ballistae with the longest range to shoot. Not to mention 100 feet. Even if it flew up 40 feet, it would not have the strength to fly up. It would fall down. Moreover, when the crossbow arrows flew up, they would all miss. It seemed that only the hot air balloons could hit the enemy's hot air balloons. The direction of the wind was also troublesome. It depended on which direction to blow and where to blow toward the enemy. Zasikas thought about it. He sighed and ordered, "Middle army, move and dodge." He had no choice. The other party was obviously coming for him. Should he dodge? Chapter 9, 75. The people near Zasikas were moving. They looked at the hot air balloons in the sky and looked for the gap between the two. They knew that the hot air balloons knew how to move with the wind. If the wind did not blow to the side, the hot air balloons would not be able to pass. The hot air balloons were still floating slowly. A group of people protected Zasikas below. Then the hot air balloons floated past the middle army and toward the rear army. In any case, Zasikas was relieved and ordered the troops to return to their original position. He was confused. What did the other party mean? Could the hot air balloons still float to Tubozanpu? How many miles was that? Guajin looked at the hot air balloons with his binoculars. When he saw that it was about time, he put down his binoculars and waved his sword forward again. Launch the sky monkeys. Front army attack. Dong, 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 dong. The drums sounded, and the front army marched forward. The attack drums were slow at first, but then they became faster and faster. When the drums were beaten continuously, It was time for the soldiers to run. The people behind the sky monkeys dropped their torches on the fuse. With a sizzling sound, the fuse burned quickly and became shorter. The people holding the torches ran back. The sky monkeys were too big. When they flew out, they spat fire behind them. The fuse burned to the end. Squeak, 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 squeak. One after another, the sky monkeys flew out. Some flew in a straight line. Some jumped to the side, and some suddenly rose, then spun in the sky and smashed to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the sky monkeys exploded. Some exploded in the air, and some exploded in the crowd. More than a dozen flew into the formation of Tubo cavalry. For a moment, people and horses were thrown off their feet. Even those who were not directly hit by the explosion staggered from the shockwave. Their ears were buzzing. At the same time, the hot air balloons that had just floated to the rear of the enemy began to throw down explosive packs. The rear army was also thrown off their feet. They could not hear anything, especially the explosive packs that exploded a few feet above their heads. A large number of people below fell to the ground. The front army revealed a gap, and the rear army formation was in chaos. The cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, who were running behind the troops, just now rushed out. Their target was the Tubo cavalrymen. Right at this moment, another 20 vehicles loaded with sky-piercing monkeys were pulled to the open space in front of the army. Another 20 hot air balloons rose from behind and flew forward. The drum beats were rapid and concentrated, and the soldiers in the vanguard began to run. "Kill!" they shouted. "Run!" Tubo's vanguard finally broke down. They saw a new hot air balloon. Who was it going to explode this time? After the front line was blown up, they were not in a proper formation. Now that they turned around and ran in all directions, it became even more chaotic. The strong archers of the Tang dynasty rained down arrows, shooting down groups of people one after another. Tubo's archers' formation was disrupted by their own people, and they were still preparing to counterattack. Whoosh, 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 the monkey flew over again. Following the rumbling sounds of explosions, the archers also turned around and ran. They couldn't win this battle. Those things exploded everywhere and blew a big hole in their formation. The sword-shield soldiers who were supposed to be in front of them were gone. How could they fight against the enemy's sword-shield soldiers and spearmen with bows? Don't run! Don't run! Charge! Back line! Kill those who run! Zasikas panicked. Once the defeated troops were formed, it was time to chase or run. His side was running. After shouting, he remembered that the back line had just been blown up. The hot air balloons in the sky were about to float over. This time, they would definitely blow up where they were. Move! Hide! Steady! They don't have that many weapons. Zasikas shouted and moved. When he moved before, no one reacted. Now that he moved again, they would think that he was going to run, so he might as well run together. Tens of thousands of people were squeezing and running. Let's see who ran faster. The Emo soldiers of the Tang dynasty threw down their Emo swords and quickly took off their heavy armor. They rushed to the front and picked up the enemy's weapon and started to chase after them. Some picked up swords and were happy. Some picked up spears and were happy. Some saw shields and directly bypassed them. Those who picked up bows and arrows looked for the quiver and carried it on their bodies. They knocked arrows and shot forward as they chased. The Emo soldiers might not be very good at archery, but they were definitely strong enough. There were also some who couldn't find a weapon, so they picked up a stone and threw it out. He really hit one of them in the back of the head. The other party fell down. He rushed over and stepped on the other party's neck. Then he picked up the other party's sword and chased after them. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty stared at the Tubo cavalry and killed them. Some spearmen saw that they couldn't catch up, so they organized a dozen people to help the cavalry attack the enemy cavalry. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty chiseled through. The Tubo cavalry tried their best to not let their horses go crazy. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty moved wave after wave according to the Mongolian cavalry's chiseling method that Li Yi had learned. The Tubo cavalry was stunned. They grabbed the reins of their horses and wanted to rush out to increase their speed. The spearmen came over and stabbed at them. The Mo soldiers who didn't pick up a weapon followed and rushed towards the Tubo cavalry. They pounced on the other party and threw him off his horse. They raised their big fists and knocked him out. The Mo soldiers were tall and strong. Those who rushed too quickly were knocked down along with their horses. This time, there was a sword, an enemy's sword. Zasikas ran. He had to run. The hot air balloons did indeed throw down explosives when they reached the top. Moreover, there were people who shot down arrows from the second batch of hot air balloons. Although he wasn't shot, he felt that the other party's arrows were not accurate. But what if the other party missed and the arrow hit his head? The chase and escape continued. Guajiyun didn't move. He put away his sword. He leaned down and reached into Wang Juankui's pocket next to him and took out a handful of hazelnuts. He threw one into his mouth and spat out the shell. He chewed on the hazelnuts and said, "In the future, the war will be a war of air superiority. The cavalry will charge and seize the initiative." Wang Juankui touched his pocket and took out a handful of pine nuts and a small pair of pliers from another pocket. He held the pine nuts. The best way to deal with firearms is to scatter the soldiers. But if the enemy goes out of the scatter line, our army will push over. Write it down later. Write it down in detail so that the generals in other parts of the Tang dynasty will know and see if they have any better ideas. Guajiyun threw another hazelnut into his mouth. He was thinking about how he would face his current tactics if it were him. It seemed that there was only one way, which was to charge and not to confront the enemy in formation. Whoever charged first would be at a disadvantage, but it was better than being attacked passively. He estimated that the next time they fought Tubo, the Tibetan army would attack like crazy. Wang Juankui ate a few pine nuts and handed them over. Pine nuts are more fragrant than hazelnuts. These pine nuts are from Bohai. Looking at Li Yi's intention, he doesn't want Bohai to be stable and strong. When Guajiyun mentioned Li Yi, his eyes unconsciously showed a look of admiration. Wang Juankui held a pine nut and turned it around. "I don't know what other weapons Li Yi can make. Is this sky monkey expensive? If there are more sky monkeys, we can directly attack the city. After this war, we should be able to exchange all our captured people back. I don't know how many Tubo people killed." Guajiyun clenched his fist as he spoke, crushing several hazelnuts. Chapter 976. Kill. I surrender, I surrender. I caught one alive. The Tang dynasty cavalry was responsible for chasing and killing the Tubo cavalry. The Tang dynasty Mo soldiers ran fast and were only responsible for killing when they caught up. If the enemy knelt and surrendered, they would pick up the enemy's weapons and continue chasing. The Tang dynasty infantry behind took the captives away to exchange for the Tang dynasty's captured civilians. Surrender. If you surrender, you won't be killed. You can still be exchanged. If you surrender, the Tang dynasty soldiers shouted as they chased, leaving hope for the Tubo soldiers and breaking the Tubo soldiers' fighting spirit. Zasikas only cared about running. He did not want to be caught. He was the minister of army command, and Tubo would pay a great price if he was caught. Tubo had a lot of slaves, and there were a lot of Chinhu. They were soldiers and people. In the afternoon, the Tang dynasty's pursuit stopped. They could not continue chasing. Tubo's reinforcements came up from behind. After some of the Tubo soldiers were killed, they knew how to deter and run. The Tang army's formation was messy and not suitable to continue fighting the enemy. Everyone gathered their weapons and captives and regrouped at the back to guard against Tubo. They slowly retreated. Tubo did not attack. They helped to gather the defeated soldiers and waited for another battle. Logically speaking, Guajiyun's battle could be considered as a victory for Tubo. There were more than 7,000 Tubo captives, and about 10,000 were killed. There was no specific count, as the data on the battlefield was never accurate. However, the usual practice was to report more than necessary. When the soldiers said how many they killed, no one would object, and the person in charge of recording would write down the number. If they needed ears and heads to prove it, they would cut off the enemy's ears and heads. This number was accurate. The drawback was that it could easily cause the army to get less and kill good people to take credit. The troops were gathered and the pots were set up to cook. Tubo sent people to the battlefield to drag the corpses of their own people. The Tang soldiers did not take the opportunity to chase and kill. Otherwise, the Tang soldiers would have to deal with the corpses. When the weather became hot, there would be a plague. A large number of Tubo weapons were piled up together, and the cries of the wounded soldiers could be heard from all over the camp. 40 hot air balloons were pulled back, and when the area below was full of their own pursuers, they lowered their altitude and threw down ropes. After controlling the blowtorch, the soldiers on the ground grabbed the rope and dragged it away. They could not let it fall into the hands of the Tubo people. In fact, it didn't matter if it was lost. The blowtorch could be dismantled, but the Tubo people couldn't take out alcohol, gasoline, or diesel. This is what you call AF * King War. My legs are sore from chasing after them. Let's rest for a day. We'll continue tomorrow. Let's take over the land of 9 bends. We're not going back. They ran too fast and didn't dare to resist. Otherwise, we would have killed even more. Many people have died in the resistance against us. That's not bad. The Tang soldiers were eating and drinking in their own camp, happily talking about the battle. The dead warriors did not affect their excitement. Wang, Juankue, and Gua Jiun sat opposite each other. There was mutton stew on the small table in front of them. The people who were stationed at the rear gave them the mutton as a reward. The people were counting on Gua Jiun's army to take over Juku. That way, the people could run to Juku to graze. The people had too many mountains and ravines in their own land. It was okay to graze goats and a small number of cows. If the sheep were grazed in the mountains, they would not be full and would fall to their deaths easily. If they could take over Juku, the people would be willing to move over the mountains and raise more cows and sheep. Life here was too hard. The good place was not theirs. After this meal, we must defend Juku. Wang Juankue looked at the basin in front of her. She knew that it represented the hope of the people. What else can we do? Li Yi keeps giving us things. What is he after? Gua Jiun made up his mind. He was 99% sure that after today's battle, the Tufan soldiers who ran over would definitely spread the news of today's battle. How the hot air balloons were shot, how the skyscraping monkeys exploded, and how their formation was messed up. This was not a crime of war. They did not have the same weapons as the Tang dynasty. Li Yi wants to take over the entire Yellow River Basin and even the source of the Yangtze River. Tubo can only be driven to higher and colder mountains. It will be difficult for us to fight then. Wang Juankue showed a hint of worry when she talked about Tubo. The place they were at now was actually very high, and at the same time it was also quite cold. However, it was still not comparable to the place further west. There were fewer soldiers who could fight, about 60 to 70,000 people in total. 60 to 70,000 people adapted to the climate. What about the logistics? You don't know that His Majesty recruited 30,000 strong soldiers. He paid them, and now they are training on Mount Tai Bai of the capital government. The logistics, let the local people help transport them. The people adapt to the same climate and altitude. Gua Jiun, on the other hand, wasn't worried. Li had a backup. After a few years, he would have soldiers, weapons, and supplies. Gua Jiun did not know the altitude. He only knew that the local people could be laborers. The altitude here was more than 3,700 meters. The mountains behind were more than 5,000 meters high. There was snow on the mountains. The people lived here all year round and sent things to the plateau. Tubo was not more than 8,000 meters high. In fact, the average place in Tubo was more than 3,000 meters above sea level. Some of the soldiers of Hushi Jidushi were not comfortable now. This was the plateau climate. They brought the people who lived in the Sichuan basin here. After a long time, they could not stand it. If there are more sky monkeys, we can defeat the enemy without fighting. The enemy will not retreat, but surrender. Wang, Ju and Kuei saw the power of the sky monkeys through today's battle. They could blow up a large area and fly a long distance. If he was the enemy's commander, the only thing he could do would be to run as far and as fast as he could. Guazhi nodded. Now that the weather is warm, let's go forward and fight and occupy more. Let's see if we can build a fort. Let's eat. The two of them ate. The mutton was not delicious. There was no seasoning. They just threw in the local grass and cooked it. It tasted like mutton. It was the meat of a goat. If it ate grass, it would be a male goat. The two of them scooped out a few big pieces of meat and called the soldiers over to share it with everyone. The other generals also ate a little. They tasted it and served it to the injured soldiers. The injured Tang soldiers had bamboo canned fruits, red braised meat, and chestnut chicken canned food. In the past, when they were injured, the food was more important. After simple treatment, it was up to fate. Some of them were put together, and no sound came out. They were abandoned. The injured soldiers knew that. When they knew they could not survive, they committed suicide and were carried out. Now that no one committed suicide, there was a way to treat their wounds. There was also medicine to stop pain and reduce inflammation. Why not hope for a miracle? Who knows, they might come back to life. The few of them shared a canned fruit and encouraged each other. What they felt was not indifference, but that the best things were for them to use and eat. Tubo was not in the mood to eat. They were all dejected. Zasikas looked at the roasted mutton in front of him. He could not eat a single bite. He was thinking about how he lost. It felt very fast. There was no formation adjustment, soldier-type restraint, or cavalry cruising. The hot air balloon flew over, and he hid. The hot air balloon flew to the back and blew up the rear. There were so many sky monkeys in the intelligence report. With a boom, the formation lost a piece. Then there were hot air balloons and sky monkeys. Then the soldiers collapsed.